premaxillary bones. There's two of them paired like that. You see that symphysis between them right there? So this is right here at the front of the snout.
We're going to be finding more of that material here this year. And if we're very lucky, we'll find more of this mysterious meat-eating dinosaur. It might be a Carcharodontosaur or something like that. We know that those dinosaurs were here at this time because we found their teeth. And just last summer, we had... well, Ethan, you want to tell us about that skull bone of the Carcharodontosaur?
Sure, yeah. We found a quadrate, which is the bone in the back of the skull that attaches the lower jaws to the main body of the skull. And so we found a pubis bone, which is a big pelvic bone of a beaked iguanodont dinosaur, right about here. And then I took it back to the lab and was preparing it, and on the other side of this big pubis, which is like a big, long, flat pelvic bone, right, I saw this black mass, and the bone was like a millimeter thin, and I was like, what the heck? This is the weirdest pubis I've ever seen. And eventually, it didn't hit me until the entire thing was exposed, and I was like, that's a theropod skull bone. Predatory dinosaur skull bone.
Very cool.
Big quadrate. So
that's the first skeletal element, first non-tooth element from that animal from here, right?
Certainly the first cranial element.
Yeah, okay.
Of a predatory dinosaur from here, which is
very cool.
Really exciting.
So if we find more of it, that's going to be a new species.
I have a suspicion that it's more this way, as opposed to where we're going. We'll see.
Hopefully we can move in this direction too. We've got what?
Eventually, we have
2.5 weeks here.
2.5 years here, yeah. A lot of time.
Yeah.
Creatures striding across the open plains, eating tons and tons of plants. You don't really have very many of them today. You know?
It was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Ooh.
Vertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source...
Commodore says, a creature the size of a Gundam. Commodore, that's brilliant. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I've never heard that before, and that's kind of perfect. That's only at the very frontier of my understanding what a Gundam is, but it's a giant Japanese fighting robot, right? Yeah. Yeah, you don't get plant-eating animals like that today. You just don't. But you did during the age of dinosaurs. Science is it's a way of thinking about the world. It's a way of asking questions. It's a way of testing ideas. It's a way of being curious about things in an organized way. Anyone can be good at science. Like, if you can formulate questions and you can think about stuff, you can be good at science. You know? I think there are so many people around the world who think that they're bad at science, and it's just that they've never been taught science properly. And there are vested interests that want people to think that they're bad at science. They want people to misunderstand these concepts and stuff, and we'll talk about that. That's what this clip is leading up to.
However, recent studies indicate that...
Oh, I love to see a dugong just going... just snuffling around on the seabed like that. I could watch this all day. Like that...
Yeah, It's worth it to see you appreciate the effort poured into it. Oh, Pufunkai, this is an incredible game, and I am so amazed at all of the people who have poured so much effort into it. It's incredible. And I want to see it continue to grow and become successful, and so I'm going to be streaming this a lot. And I'm honestly having so much more fun with this than I would with a more popular game like Ark or the Isle or the Jurassic World game or whatever. This is where it's at. And I am so excited about it. Oh, yeah.
Yes, you're the biggest man in the world now. And you're covered in gold.
14-karat gold? Take a hike, boss. I'm running things now.
All hail King Homer.
Big Time Big Boy. Big Time Big Boy says, if I was a paleontologist, I think I would view Colonel Sanders as one of the great villains of history. Sure, yeah. That is just such an interesting, like, source of conflict that I want to claim that for myself, yeah. Yeah, Colonel Sanders, one of the great tyrants. One of the great monsters of our age. Yeah, because, of course, of the fact that chickens are birds and birds are dinosaurs. So, yeah. Ferocious carnivore who moves so quickly on its feet. It's like pieces of a puzzle that I love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them are lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Alright. Next up, I think we'll do the Galaxy song, but before we do that, let me just make a quick message. Sulfurian says, I'm curious, what's the most challenging part of your work that people usually don't think about?
Anything logistics, water, food.
Yeah.
Nobody anywhere thinks about that.
Yeah, just basic survival stuff out here in the field. Yeah. Something really special about field work. It's like everything that's cool about camping, except you're doing it for a higher purpose. It's not just rest and relaxation, and it's not just for kicks and giggles. You know, we're out here to contribute to science. So it's really cool to have a mission like that, and to have a concrete reason to get up every morning and to come together as a team and work toward a common goal. Fieldwork's pretty special like that, and I'm so glad you're going to be able to see some of that this summer. I've been excited about this for a long time, and I'm glad it's finally come together. So yeah,
jacket or a field jacket around the fossils to safely get them out of the ground and back to the laboratory. So think of it like a protective cocoon that we put around the bones to protect them as we transport them back to the museum. So the lower jaw is in that right there.
Yeah, right.
We've got another lower jaw right here in the ground. And there it is right there. And so hopefully tomorrow we can trench around this a little bit more. And then we put some paper towel over it. And we take some burlap strips, we soak them in plaster of Paris, stick them over the top, almost like a broken arm or broken leg. And then once that hardens over the top, you got like a nice top jacket there to protect the top of it. And then you dig around the sides. Maybe you put a side strip around, then eventually you flip it. And then you clear away the rock from the other side, and then you put plaster and burlap on the other side of it. That's plaster jacketing. Yeah, maybe I'll be showing more of that tomorrow, but yeah.
But I can swing this around, I can open and close the jaws, I can stick it right up close to the camera, I can do all kinds of stuff with this. Whoa, whoa, you see that? We've got a flying Triceratops up here. Huh. How do I learn how to do that? Oh, man. Do some treetop browsing up there. Hey there, trikey boy. Flying through the sky so fancy-free. Oh. How do I do that? Let me give you a social display there. Some interesting behavior. I've never seen this. Wow, look at that. Look at that, mini pie. Yeah, somebody loves ferns.
lovely Lake Tahoe. I'm on the California side right now. Let me kind of turn this around so I can give you your bearings. So right now we're standing on the north shore of Lake Tahoe. There is the south shore. Way down there, that's South Lake Tahoe. That's west, that's the west shore. This is the California side over here. And that over there, off in the distance, those mountains are in Nevada. Oh yeah, and Arlie, thank you for the reminder. A very, very happy birthday to Nana Tyrannus, who turns 83 today. It's my grandmother. Nana, if you're watching, love you. Happy birthday. Of the dinosaur taxonomy universe is long, but it bends toward consolidation. Thank you, Dorkalotl.
Yeah, I tell you, there's dinosaurs out there in Wyoming. Yeah, here, have a tooth.
Ah, that makes me happy. That is pretty cool. I like that a lot. There appeared in the Ornithischian dynasty some of the more bizarre creatures capricious nature ever designed. Stegosaurus was a ponderous, low-slung, humpbacked beast, 10 tons in weight, 20 feet in length, which plodded awkwardly along on extraordinarily mismatched legs, carrying his inconsequential pointed head close to the ground, bowed down by an apparently useless parapet of heavy triangular plates running almost the entire length of his spine. That's like completely wrong. Shoot. Where do I even start? Will she get bored of this first, or will we? Let's see. She does love watching birds too, but she seems to really like this video. I showed this to her the other day. Oh, good stuff. Anyway, let's get back to our
Oh, so fired. There was a big pile of rocks on top of it. Fisher. Oh, and it's on live stream too.
Oh,
you're so in trouble. Ruined. Should we tell the story of why I am so upset?
should we? Please.
I think so.
Yeah.
We have these nails that we use to make our mapping grid.
Yeah.
Later, if you want, I could show you one of the maps from last year.
Can you point to the nail right there?
Yeah, there's one here.
They're, as you can tell, Chet, they're kind of hard to spot sometimes.
Yeah. And there's little nails, and we have some larger nails.
Yeah.
That one says 50 east, 96 north. So the north line goes this way, east west line goes this way. And so when we map the bones, we have a little meter square that we put over, and then we draw our map on our little square of graph paper. And so that's how we map the bones in. And it's really nice to have the grid squares from last year, because that way it's consistent, and then we don't have to reset the grid, which also has some inaccuracies. So I always tell people the most important thing out here, even more important than the fossils or our health or having dinner, is to make sure that you do not mess with the nails. And so Fisher knows that well. He's been here for 3 seasons, and that one was kind of a vulnerable nail because we are moving dirt here. And so that we wouldn't mess with it, we actually put a big pile of rocks around it.
Oh, well, that disguised the nail.
Covered it in matrix.
Somebody
and then...
forgot that there was a nail under the pile. The tag is gone. No dinner for him tonight.
It used to be the dinosaur with the shortest name back in the 1990s. But nowadays we've got dinosaurs with even shorter names. May kind of took the cake. M-E-I, 3 letters. And then we had Cole, K-O-L, and now we have E, which is Y-I.
And we'll probably never have a shorter dinosaur name than that, unless somebody names one after Prince with the little symbol. And you could have the dinosaur formerly known as Prince. But I think the ICZN might frown upon that. I think we have to use proper Latin characters for dinosaurs, or any other animal being named.
I'll show you the big Tyrannosaurus behind me right here. This one is a cast, because you can't see the supports. They're running directly through the bones. And this is that AMH 5027? Yeah, look how that skull is squashed like that. This is that American Museum specimen from New York. Originally from Montana, obviously, but yeah. And very cool. So this is really neat to have a contrast between an adult right here and a juvenile right here with Jane. So look at how slender her bones are by comparison. Look at how long her legs are. Look at how she looks like a speedster compared to that big hulking brute over there. Yeah. This is such a lovely illustration of dinosaur ontogeny. How much these animals changed as they grew and matured. Very different from modern mammals. That's why we think that dinosaur ecosystems are probably just structured differently than we see in the modern day. Like with those different species of antelope that we saw upstairs. You know, you've got such high species diversity for those critters. It's not the same for dinosaurs.
Foam. You cut the foam to the shape of the bone, or the pedestal rather, and then you mix up a bowl of plaster, you dip it in there.
Gotcha.
And with the coarse side up, you press it all over the jacket.
You said foam, and I was thinking spray foam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
polyester.
Gotcha, yeah.
AC.
No, that makes a lot more sense.
It behaves a lot like fiberglass, but it doesn't have the risks of fiberglass.
Ugh. Yeah, I've used a lot of fiberglass in the lab before, and I don't enjoy it.
We use it here occasionally, and I don't enjoy it either.
All right. Oh, man, look at that.
I don't know how much we're going to see. Oh, there's some stuff peeking out.
Nice. We got some bone already, yeah.
Yeah, that must be part of the sacrum there.
Right over here, too?
Yeah,
the transverse process or something?
It's either float process or part of the cradle.
Okay.
This looks vertebral centrum right here, possibly. Jax has a lot of stuff, so we always find new things. All right.
No bone right now, unfortunately. We got some ancient roots in there. 73 million years old, you know? It's, yeah. Pretty, scientifically important there. So, everybody loves sauropods, until they have to dig them up. Because they get truly large.
There we go. So far, so good, I would say. Yeah. Excellent. Not too shabby. I gotta add the A, not a dinosaur. But yeah, this is looking better than I thought it was gonna look, right off the bat. Yeah, good. I'm happy with this so far. I'm quite happy with this.
There's a decent chance that the iguanodonts that we're digging up here might be a new species or a new genus. It's hard to say if they're the same, if they're coeval with Iguana colossus. And we don't have a lot of overlapping material. Like, what do we actually have from Iguana colossus? Do you remember?
It's a maxilla, which is
the
upper jaw.
Upper jawbone, yeah.
Squamosal, which is behind the eye.
Mm-hmm.
A syringular, which is from the jaw. And then a bunch of miscellaneous bones from the rest of the body. So bits of limb, bits of vertebrae, ribs and stuff.
So in order to be able to tell if this dinosaur is the same one as Iguana colossus, we got to find some overlapping material.
So we need a squamosal and a syringular.
Yeah.
Because if those are the bones that have the unique features, we can't tell if they're the same animal unless we have the exact same bones to compare.
Right. So cross your fingers we can find some of those this year. Because I don't think we found any of those so far, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's why we're here, you know?
What is this? From Joshua Sweet. Wait, what? Oh no. A side-by-side of me and... Is this Chris Pratt?
Well, hello, everybody. and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Oh shoot, I've got my volume way too loud. Anyway, hello everybody. How are things? I was doing some vacuuming in my office earlier, and I turned the volume all the way up so I could hear in my headphones over the din of the vacuum, and forgot to undo that. Anyway, good to see you, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself before I get distracted. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Now, you probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. Now, fossils are the preserved remains of ancient living things. That can be as recently as just a few thousand years old, all the way back to the dawn of life on Earth, close to 4 billion years ago. Dinosaurs are just a small part of it, just the tip of the iceberg. I want to make that very clear right off the bat that paleontology doesn't equal dinosaurs. Paleontology is a much bigger circle, and dinosaurs are just one little dot within that circle, if that makes sense. But I study dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I present on at scientific conferences. Dinosaurs are what I excavate during the summers. You saw in the little clip show there some of our live streams from the past 2 or 3 years, digging up dinosaurs live in the field, live on stream. Very much looking forward to doing that again this next year. But for right now, I'm back here in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area, and during these streams, I talk about paleontology, talk about the history of life on Earth, talk about extinction and evolution and natural selection, about the origins of biodiversity, about the process of science, how we're able to test hypotheses in a rigorous way to learn about this history of life on Earth. And of course, there's a heavy emphasis on dinosaurs, because dinosaurs are my wheelhouse. Dinosaurs are my research subject. Dinosaurs are actually what I study. So anyway, if that sounds interesting to you, I hope you stick around, and I hope you ask plenty of questions. That's really the bread and butter of these streams. That's what sets Twitch apart from other platforms, is this degree of live interaction here. You can type questions in the chat, and I can do my very best to answer them for you. And if I don't know the answers, we'll try and figure it out together. Reason our way through it. You know, this is not about reciting facts, showing off with trivia. This is about exploring how science works, the process behind everything. Not paleontology, but paleontologizing. Does that make sense? Anyway, I'm glad you're here. On today's stream, we're going to be talking about, as you can probably guess, we're going to be talking about basal sauropodomorph dinosaurs, because we've got a brand new species just published. We'll be talking about that critter from the early Jurassic of China. We'll be talking about, well, shoot, kind of whatever you want to talk about, too, to a certain extent. We've got other pieces of fossil news that we'll try and get to as well, but our priority today is talking about the new member of this group, what we used to call prosauropods, the basal sauropodomorph dinosaurs. So yeah. Should be a fun stream. It's a live broadcast. Who knows what's going to happen? I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're along for the ride. But yeah, Kodali says finishing touches on the paper. It's the 26th. You know, I got sick last week and wasn't able to work on it over the weekend like I was hoping. I thought I'd have a solid 3 days to work on it. Didn't turn out that way. So it might extend into March, but it is a priority for me, Kodali. Yeah. Good to see you, by the way. This morning, early this morning, like 5 a.m., I woke up to hear somebody really loudly barfing upstairs. It was Lordy. She has not been feeling well today, and I've been doing my best to try and take care of her. Went to the store earlier to get her some stuff. Electrolyte drinks and fresh fruit and just, I don't know, soup and whatever else, you know. know, might help, whatever she's craving, that sort of thing. So yeah, she's trying to recover right now. She apparently has what I had earlier in the week, but her body responds to it much differently than mine did. So doing a lot of barfing. So send good thoughts her way. Oh, that was you. Yeah, Lordy. You're here in the chat. I hope you're resting up right now, Lordy, and drinking those electrolyte drinks and all that. Very nicely taking great care of me. Trying to, Lordy. Trying to. If Lordy requests anything during today's broadcast chat and I happen to miss it, yeah, mods can get my attention with this. As always. Don't hesitate with that today, if Lordy needs something. Anywho, yeah. And Kodali says 1 week grace period too if the house is unwell. Yeah, thanks Kodali. Yeah. I'm lucky that I'm feeling like fully recovered today. I could walk 2 miles to the store and then walk 2 miles back with 40 pounds of groceries. I'm back to normal. Thank goodness. Just in time to be able to take care of Lordy. So, yeah. Yeah. Won that lottery in the middle of a tornado warning. Oh, Mommy does. Yowza. Well, I hope you're feeling better now. Shoot. Yeah. And thanks, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a big fan of exercise. I love going out and walking, and if I can add to that, carrying a heavy load of groceries, all the better. Just wish we had better places to walk around here. There are a lot of crazy commuters, a lot of people driving $90,000 luxury SUVs just blowing straight through stop signs and stuff. Like, I'm trying to walk to the store. Or I'm trying to walk back with 40 pounds of groceries in my arms. You know, could you be a little bit more considerate, please? Driving like maniacs. Yeah. Anywho. Who else do we got here in the chat? I saw Matt M33 and Claire Burr and Fall Machine and Kodali right at the beginning. And Golganek as well. We got Sloppy Salamander and Mommy Does DPS, the Trek Nerd, Ms. Art Rules, Bush Doctor. Joshua Colossus, hello to you, Joshua. Hope you're doing well. Insafan, howdy howdy. Dan the BC Man. RTFM Major Tom Tom, hello hello. Caledon K. Darth Jacoby, what's shaking? Good to see ya. Chad B Noob, how are you doing? Hello hello. Not the Brain. And scrolling. Charlie's Dragon. Good to see you. Paleontologizing, because it's not a dead science, it's active. It's something you actively do. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Exactly. Yeah. Isolated, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. Lenina, did I say hello to you yet? I think I did. I hope I did. If I did, hello again. How are you doing, Lenina? Jazzy Cat, what's shaking with you? We got Niffler and Swims with Whales. We got Danish Viking. And Nocturnal Scribe. Arid Ecan. Hope you had some of that 40 pounds into a backpack to make the hauling easier. I didn't think about doing that. So I had a reusable, one of these bags. Been using this. You know, they say you have to reuse a reusable bag, I don't know how many times before it becomes better than just using a plastic bag. I've had this for 5 years now. It's made of like parachute fabric, nylon. This thing is awesome. And it folds up into a little pouch. It's great. I like the color too. The Spy, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Helvetica Scenario, good to see you back. Glad you're here. And yeah, to the fellow grocery walkers. Yeah, Fall Machine. Yeah. Cosmic Seekin, Hello, hello to you. Not the Brain. Good to see you also. Snake Socks. New dinosaur just dropped, yes indeed.
In an unsuspecting world, living creatures from the dawn of time.
Well, well, well.
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they
Hack the
destroy?
box.
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
I appreciate you, Hack the Box. What's shaking? How was your stream? We're having some, Hack the Box. Thank you for the 2 raids. We must be having some issues with our alerts today. But I appreciate you bringing your viewers in. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Paleontologist who studies dinosaurs in particular. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Answering questions about my science, about dinosaurs, about natural history, about extinction, evolution, all that good stuff. During the summers, I'm actually out in the field digging up dinosaurs live on stream. But right now in the off-season, I'm back home in my office, and we're going to be going over some new scientific papers today, including a brand new dinosaur just published. Bus Factor and Meijo Kim. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Thanks for following. Yeah, Hackers Unite for Dinosaurs. Hack the Box, I appreciate the raid. Thank you, thank you. You were doing some science and technology? Interesting. Well, well, well. I hope you feel right at home here. We're going to be getting into our new dinosaur in just a few minutes. But, yeah. And perhaps there is an intro video. There is indeed, Chad B. Noob. There is indeed. I think now might actually be the perfect time to bring on a good friend of ours, somebody we call Previously Recorded Danny, who happens to be, I thought so, sneaking up behind me right now. We're going to turn things over to him for just a couple minutes here, and yeah, then we'll get into our fossil news, talk about this new dinosaur, all that good stuff. So thank you very much, Hack the Box, for raiding in with all of your merry band of hackers. I really appreciate it. Previously Recorded Danny is going to explain to you for a couple minutes who I am, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, all that stuff. So, without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, present-day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs.
Well, hang on a second. We're going to interrupt Previously Recorded Danny because apparently there's an ad going right now, and yeah, here. We've got, what, 10 more seconds left on this? So let's do that. 5, 4, 3, 2... All right, let's call forth our good friend Previously Recorded Danny here, and yeah, for all of the cool new folks who just came in with Hack the Box, thank you again for your magnificent raid. I appreciate it. And I'm going to turn things over to someone who's going to explain a few things previously recorded. Danny, go ahead and take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny.
Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies.
which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
movies. And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following or if you could afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And thank you even more to Hack the Box for that raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, everybody. And Jex of all trades, thank you for the gifts up there, too. I appreciate the support. Thank you very, very much for your generosity there. But yeah, need a new updated version of previously recorded Danny? Absolutely, Swoopoo. It's something I've wanted to do for a couple of years now. It just takes a lot of time to shoot footage and edit and everything. And frankly, getting this Spinosaur paper published is a higher priority for me right now. So, previously recorded Danny will have to wait until after that paper is published. So yeah. Anyway, been very funny, Dr. Javasaurus. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you. But yeah. Lilith Hobo says you can really understand the subject of ontogeny by seeing how Danny goes from babyface to rugged digger. Thank you, Lilith Hobo. I'll take that as a compliment. Of course, that concept, ontogeny, is something that we talk about all the time here on this channel. This is the process by which organisms change and grow and develop during their individual lifetimes. So a baby Triceratops looks way different from an adult. Look at the way that the horns actually change shape as the animal grows. They start curving backwards like this, and then they start to tilt forward. The tips, like, resorb.
Ontogeny.
Really interesting. A lot of dinosaurs like this kind of shapeshift during their lives.
Ontogeny.
We call that ontogeny. Ontogenetic changes. Changes during their ontogeny, their life history. Like a tadpole morphing into a frog. Those are ontogenetic changes. A lot of dinosaurs changed dramatically as well, which has kind of played havoc with our understanding of dinosaur diversity. Because sometimes it turns out that very disparate forms, disparate morphologies of dinosaur actually turn out to be the same species at different growth stages. So it's really important to understand who's young and who's old to actually test hypotheses about that in order to make sure you're not getting fooled by those shape shifts that dinosaurs underwent as they grew throughout their lives. Is that the Pokemon evolution music? It is. I had to specifically look that up, Swoopoo. I don't know a lot about Pokemon, but I do know that Pokemon lied to you. What's called evolution in Pokemon is not evolution. That's not how evolution works. Evolution is the change in a lineage of organisms over time, across generations. So you're a little bit different from your parents, or a little bit different from your grandparents, and so on and so forth. There are changes that happen across the generations. That's evolution. Generational changes like that is evolution. Change during an organism's lifetime, an individual organism changing as it's alive, those are ontogenetic changes. That's ontogeny. It's not evolution. So I want to make that really clear.
Extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared.
Hack the Box, thank you for the follow.
The dinosaurs.
Thank you, Hack the Box, for following. Appreciate you. But yeah. Just had to shut down our stream. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a paleontologist. Checks. Hack the Box, I appreciate that. A lot of people grow up wanting to be paleontologists because I think...
Ontogeny.
I think that represents something to a lot of people. It's this idea of kind of following your passion and turning it into a career
trying to make interesting discoveries. There's a sense of adventure there, and while there's, for a lot of paleontologists, a lot of bureaucracy involved with their careers. A lot of grant writing, a lot of sitting in committee meetings and stuff like that. A lot of putting up with kind of academic tedium. There really is a lot of pushing boundaries, going on adventures out in the field, making interesting discoveries. That's real. And I hope I can help get that idea across with these streams. Not just here in the office, but when I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs live on stream. Yeah, a lot of academic bullying. Yeah, there can be, Dr. Demosaurus. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Anduhar, Anduha, Anduza. There you go, Arle. Yeah. Yeah. Ton of red tape on our side too. Security, so we feel you. Yeah. Well, I mean, the major thing with paleontology is just like a lack of funding. You know, it's crazy sometimes. I've been on field crews before. I know I've said this many times. I'm gonna say it again right now. Sound like a broken record, but I've been on field crews before. We've gone out for 2 months during the summer to go out to do field work in the Badlands, living in tents, digging up dinosaurs during the day. We've brought back maybe a half dozen decent dinosaur specimens after a summer. And our budget for that summer was like $900. And it includes food, fuel, like budget for vehicle repairs. I guess it doesn't include wages, but most of us are volunteers anyway. We often do this on an absolute shoestring budget. A lot of that is out of necessity. A lot of it is just that it's kind of inherently inexpensive sometimes to go out and do fieldwork. You know what you're doing, you could do it on a really tight budget. But also, I don't know, the field crews that I've worked on, under people like Denver Fowler, whom most of you met on stream a couple weeks ago. No, beginning of the month. Almost a month ago now, beginning of February. Time flies. Denver really knows how to do a lot with very few resources. And yeah. I've often said, if you're a person of means, if you're a person with some money, and you want to help advance science, you want to make an important contribution to the sum total of human knowledge, you can't get better bang for your buck than paleontology. Maybe dinosaur paleontology in particular. Although, I don't know, it could be less expensive to dig up smaller critters. Or it could be more expensive, depending on which small critters we're talking about. But yeah. Anywho. And how? Security needs to fund for the dinosaur. Yeah, Hack the Box. It's wild. Yeah. Yeah, even for like a really, really big crew. For like one of the biggest paleontological crews in the country. One of the most vibrant and successful field programs.
We have
the budget is a lot less than you would think. Here, I'm trying to find this in the transcript right now.
lot of money and you really like dinosaurs, you know, museums like this, holy cow, they can do a lot with not very much money, it would seem. Like, I don't know. Do you want to talk about that, Denver, a little bit? Like your budget for the summer? I know we talked about this yesterday, but I think it bears repeating.
Yesterday, so we spend $20,000 and we do 3 months worth of field work for that with 2 to 3 crews, so 10 to 15 people on a crew.
So that's 30 people working for 3 months, bringing back incredible dinosaur specimens. $20,000. That's food, that's fuel, that's all of the other expenses and expenditures. It's, yeah, and this is, I don't know, I've had conversations with Denver about this, because I stayed with Denver and Liz during the trip, and we did a lot of talking about this kind of thing. Denver's like, sometimes I have to find ways to spend that money. Because he's very, very good at being frugal, almost to a fault. Like, reusing plastic bags, kind of frugal. Like, yeah. Again. Yeah.
And we work 6 days a week. On average, in a week, depending on the weather, we basically work every day we can, and then if it looks like it's going to rain, we go resupply. And we keep collecting, and we're building up more and more material. We prospect, and we work on these bone beds as well, and just collect really good stuff. And we camp on public lands in very, very basic camps. We don't have anything fancy. We have a grill.
It's good to have a grill and a fridge.
Of those 30 people, how many are volunteers? 29 of them. 27, 28 of them. Nearly everybody's a volunteer. Denver is paid by the city of Dickinson, North Dakota, so he's on the payroll for the city. The museum belongs to the city of Dickinson, North Dakota. Steve is on the crew too, and usually he leads one of the crews. He also gets paid by the city. Actually, that might be it. I think everybody else is a volunteer. Yeah.
Yeah. In Havre, we have pit toilets.
Luxury.
That is a luxury.
Yeah. I consider that a luxury. I take away that privilege to some people.
We have a reservoir that is good for swimming.
Nice.
It really is.
Yeah.
Sandy beach.
No, I mean it's pretty cheap when you live cheaply out there.
Yeah.
You know, we eat well. We don't like eat rubbish, but most everybody who comes out has a good time.
And when Denver says we eat well, he doesn't mean, oh, we have steaks and lobster and filet mignon and caviar. No, he means, you know, inexpensive but very hearty and very filling meals. Denver was always very good at that when I worked under him in the field. So, like, you know, Denver does a lot of the cooking. So he'll make, like, a really, really nice curry, or he'll make a jambalaya, or he'll make a stir fry or something like that. And sometimes they do have steaks, like, especially out in that part of Montana, in cattle country, sometimes the steak is cheaper than the hamburger. And so there would be some steak grilling nights because, well, if you get a deal on it, then you know. So yeah.
No, I mean it's pretty cheap when you live cheaply out there.
Yeah.
You know, we eat well. We don't like eat rubbish.
And thanks, Hack the Box. Hey. I'll see you around. I hope to see you back soon. Thank you again for the raid.
Yeah, 20 grand.
20 grand for 3 months of field work.
For 3 months.
And I don't know how many dinosaur specimens you're bringing back every summer, but it's a lot.
Yeah, we got a grant to helicopter this one out, but you know, we found it as part of that field work and all these things we collect, all the big giants mostly. We've only helicoptered once, and everything else we've dragged it out with trucks and things.
And like commercially, does that amount of field work and the prep that follows, does that justify $40 million in many of these specimens?
No.
Especially the cardboard ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, just think about that a little bit.
So yeah, what he's talking about here is, let me see if I can find that clip. Oh, Claire, maybe you have a link to it. The one with the 3D printed out. Way ahead of me, Claire. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Look at the suture between the premaxillae
and the max right here. Look at... So this is an Allosaurus skeleton. It sold for what? It was... How many millions of dollars did this sell for? Was it 7 million? Was it 20 million? 17 million? Something like that. I think it was like 16 million. We'll go with that, Scorch. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, most of it is fake. Most of it is 3D printed or sculpted. There's like maybe a few actual bones in here, but this is the Allosaurus skull that I have here in my office, which is 3D printed. It's the same skull. Look at the suture between the premaxillae and the max right here. Look at this right here. You see it there? Yeah. Here. You see it there? Yeah. So what I'm pointing to right there is this little divot right here in between the maxilla and the premaxilla, and there is that same divot right there. This, like, they 3D printed this for next to nothing. Like, maybe a couple $100. And they turned around and sold it for millions of dollars. That is totally it. You know who bought this, Dr. Javasaurus? Wow. What do you mean? Wow. So we discovered this live on stream. I happened to have the Allosaurus skull in the background when we were talking about this, and I realized that looks really familiar. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Do not purchase dinosaur fossils at auction. Don't do it. Especially when their provenance is doubtful. Whoever bought this got majorly ripped off. Yeah. They got played for a chump. Oh, man. So anyway, that's what Steve was referencing here.
Things. Mm-hmm. And like commercially, does that amount of field work and the prep that follows, does that justify $40 million in many of these specimens?
No.
Especially the cardboard ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, just think about that a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's an important point to make. Yeah. And if, again, to repeat, if you want to help support this kind of work, you get a lot of bang for your buck. Like, I always say that paleontology is one of the most cost-effective of the sciences. Like, what you're able to get for the amount of funding that goes into it is incredible. So, yeah, if you want to help pay for Deanna here to prep some more of these fossils, that would really help out a tremendous amount. Like I keep saying, that's the bottleneck here. Getting these fossils prepped so they can go into collections and they can go on display and they can be studied and published and enjoyed by the public. You know, that's the difficult thing, is actually getting these things prepped, because going out and collecting them, they're very good at doing this, but you need people to sit down and actually clean the rock away from the bone, and that's what Deanna and Steve do.
Yeah. And fieldwork has its own difficulties, obviously, but this is more time-consuming and involves more training. So to start somebody up, it takes years to become professional at this. And I think Deanna's one of two of us in Dickinson. So
And so, because of these streams and because of this community, we're able to raise about, I think it was close to $4,000 in order to pay for Deanna to continue working on this. So I was very proud of what we were able to do. Thank you, everybody who contributed. Yeah. You made me look very good. So thank you for that. And some really important work is getting done because of your generosity. So thank you. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. His name is Mark Kulka. He also bought a Diplodocus and a Stegosaurus. Oh, Dr. Demosaurus. I heard about those two. Yeah. That's the thing, is that if a fraction of that money went toward the actual science, we would all be so much better off. But people are unscrupulous sellers
selling these things and hoodwinking these wealthy people into forking over tens of millions of dollars for what's essentially a 3D print and some plaster and some paint and a few chunks of fossil bone here and there. Here, Denver talked about this in an article recently in Cowboy State Daily. I'll give you a link right here. But yeah, Wyoming dinosaurs sold for $15 million in Europe, but how legitimate are they? They're not. Yeah. I really love there's a lot of excellent quotes in here from a number of paleontologists I really respect, but I really appreciate that Denver kind of went gloves off here, or, yeah, Mickey Mouse gloves on. There's no way of knowing if whoever bought these 3 Jurassic dinosaurs at the Christie's auction knew or cared what percentage of the dinosaurs were actual dinosaur fossils. Denver Fowler doesn't care about the price. A single Stegosaurus skeleton might sell for $44 million, but he's confident it's not worth that much. He says, if they can get millions for these specimens, why wouldn't they? And I don't blame the landowners. If someone comes up to you and says you could sell a dinosaur for $20 million, I completely understand why they'd agree. It's a hard living. I know a lot of ranches are struggling. Fowler rejects the media narrative of the conflicting worlds of commercial and academic paleontology, which he sees as the only story told whenever a dinosaur skeleton hits the auction block. He believes auction houses should be more forthright about what they're selling. Academics fighting commercial people isn't the story here, he said. At this point, it's become an obscenity with these auction houses. It's not even for real people anymore. It's just the playthings of the billionaires. While auction houses keep their bidders and buyers anonymous, the man who paid $44 million for Apex the Stegosaurus publicly revealed himself after the auction. Ken Griffin, a hedge fund billionaire, has since sent the dinosaur to be displayed at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. To be displayed there. It's still his private property. I heard a rumor, I don't know if it's true, but I heard a rumor that the American Museum of Natural History was actually being charged. Like, they had to pay money in order to be able to display this guy's Stegosaurus fossil. Again, I don't know if that's actually true, but a rumor. Fowler had similar thoughts about Apex, calling it a scientifically unimportant specimen that Griffith ridiculously overpaid to acquire. Even if someone had the money to spend on these dinosaurs, Fowler and many other paleontologists believe buyers should know how much bone they got for their bucks. Billionaires might be the only people who are getting screwed here, and maybe no one cares, he said. I don't like to see anybody get ripped off, but I think we should all have a sense of decency and honesty. Do auction houses have these scruples? Because I question if their buyers know that what they're selling is lumps of plaster and plastic they're calling a dinosaur. Yeah. Oh, here is the quote. I guess I skipped over this earlier. But Denver says, they have these clowns wearing fancy suits and white Mickey Mouse gloves, holding on to these precious fossils, when you know all they're holding on to is a big lump of plaster. Ever so delicately cradling a thing which isn't even real, he said. So yeah. 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 It's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, and there you go, Sushi Cat. Yeah, again, here is the link if you'd like to read that. Share it on social media, whatever. But it's refreshing to finally kind of get that narrative out there. I tried to make this same kind of point when I was on the news a few years back. showed this before, but I'm showing it again briefly. Part of it.
Welcome back. In the world of dinosaur bones, something is out of joint. A skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus rex named Shen was due to be auctioned with appropriate hype in Hong Kong this coming week. Expected to fetch more than £20 million, Shen was abruptly withdrawn from sale by auction house Christie's when doubts emerged over the provenance of parts of the skeleton. The plot thickens as it appears that some of Shen may be replicated from the bones of another T-Rex called Stan.
So what happened is they took the Stan specimen, which is, you can get casts of Stan, you can get replica bones from that specimen. So what they did is they took all of the replica bits that they could, and then took a few bits of actual Tyrannosaurus skeleton and just stuck them here and there and here and there. And then they expected to sell this thing for $20 million, when almost all of it is just a Stan replica.
This Jurassic whodunit has serious implications. Globally, millions are made illegally trading bones and fossils, which are diverted from scientists who could study them. David Waterhouse is the Senior Curator of Natural History and Geology at Norfolk Museum and joins us from Norwich. Hello, good to speak to you again.
Yeah, nice to see you, Michael.
And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who hosts Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch.
Who ever heard of such a thing? What is that? Twitch? Goodness.
So, David, first of all, why does it...
Anywho, let me skip forward to this part right here.
Really important science can be lost if these fossils like T-Rexes and other fossils go straight into the hands of private individuals.
Scorch, yeah.
Danny, can you understand why a skeleton could be worth $20 million or pounds or whatever?
Frankly, Michael, I can't. As somebody who's dug up a lot of dinosaurs over the years, I've done a lot of field work in places like Montana and Utah, working with various museums. It doesn't cost very much to dig these things up in the first place. Maybe a few hundred or a few $1,000s to dig up, a handful of bones, like in the Shen specimen. There's really no reason in the world why it should sell for anything over $1 million. Paleontologists like me are flabbergasted every time that happens, and I think it's because the buyers are being misled, as they were in the case of Shen.
Oh, yeah. I'll give you a link to this video here. Anywho, I know this is a tangent that we go off on sometimes, and to everybody for whom this is old news, thank you for your patience during this. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's important to talk about this stuff. But yeah, thanks for assuming. Anywho, yeah. You love a tangent? Good to see you, Casey. Welcome back. Yeah, these broadcasts would be pretty short if it weren't for the tangents that we go on. So, yeah. Why don't we get into some fossil news here? Why don't we talk about this new dinosaur that we have? This new species. Not a new genus, but a new species. Let's go ahead and get into some fossil news here, shall we? All right. Brand new dinosaur to discuss. This critter is called Xingxiulong yueorum. Yueorum. It's a basal sauropodomorph dinosaur. So first, let's talk about what these critters are. You'll see we've got a bunch of basal sauropodomorph stuff in our background today, in honor of this new species. Again, not new genus, but new species. let's talk about these critters. So, in the grand timeline of dinosaurs, there we go. I guess this'll work. These guys, the basal sauropodomorphs, what we used to call prosauropods, are from near the beginning of the age of dinosaurs here. They're some of the first truly large dinosaurs, because dinosaurs start off pretty small back in the Triassic period. So dinosaurs first evolve about 240 million years ago. Probably right about here in like the Ladinian stage of the Middle Triassic. Although so far the earliest definitive dinosaur fossils that we have are from slightly later, and I think like the early Carnian stage of the Upper Triassic. But what's funny is that the Upper Triassic actually occupies like 2/3 of the Triassic period. Anyway, sometimes these things got named before we actually had a good sense of what the precise dates are. So it's like, oh, there's an upper, a middle, and a lower. But we didn't really understand how much time is represented by each of them until much later. So we're kind of stuck with some of this terminology, even though it's slightly misleading. The lower is really short, the middle is a little longer, then you've got the upper. That's most of the Triassic period is the upper. Anyway. Our new dinosaur is from the lower Jurassic. But the point is, dinosaurs start off small. Some of the first dinosaurs that we have are about the size of a large turkey, maybe. Things like Eoraptor, right here. Two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs that may have been omnivorous. They may have been very versatile in their diets. But they were kind of minor components of the ecosystem. Other animals were bigger at the time. Dinosaurs were relative newcomers, and they were small. But man, did they have promise. They start to take over. They start to get bigger and bigger. They start to diversify in terms of diet, in terms of behavior, in terms of body plan as well. They, yeah. And you start to get these basal sauropodomorph dinosaurs. Here we go. Critters like this.
Of the reptile family tree, but are their own unique branch.
Love this depiction of Plateosaurus here. It'll be a bit brighter colored, but apart from that, it's lovely.
Early giants, like Plateosaurus, can reach the new, taller food sources. Their stomachs can digest the tough conifer needles. And their sheer volume helps them maintain a higher body temperature day and night.
Oh yeah.
It's a winning formula that will herald a new age.
Yeah. So Plateosaurus there is from the late Triassic. Give it a few years and well, you start to get these guys continuing on. Get to critters like Lufungosaurus right here from the early Jurassic of China. They got about the same size as Plateosaurus, same basic kind of body plan. Yeah, lovely depiction right there. Yeah. I love this model so much. When I was getting ready for today's stream, I'm like, I gotta put this on the Amazon wish list because it's such a beautiful sculpt. I mean, look at that. Just gorgeous. Yeah. Beautiful. This is from the company PNSO. They're a Chinese firm that does absolutely exquisite dinosaur models, some of the best in the world. Really excellent. Yeah, way too good, says Casey Snowhard. Yeah. Yeah. How big is that sculpture? It's gonna be about this big, I think. It's not particularly big. But it's lovely. Really is. I have a few other PNSO models that are exquisite. But this is Lufongosaurus. This is very, very similar to our brand new dinosaur that we're going to be talking about today. So let me find you. Let's see. There we go.
In China's subtropical south, there are remains being restored that predate China's ancient civilization.
Well, predated. They only predate it by about 190 million years. You know. And Sherbot started the second book, Jurassic Park. Oh, The Lost World. Nice. First time catching your stream? Welcome, Sherbot. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. You came on a good day. We're about to talk about a brand new dinosaur species just described a couple days ago. It's from here.
Yunnan province in China's southwest is home to more types of forest than any other, including one without any trees.
I think I see some trees there.
Yuanmao Earth Forest is made up of spires of clay sculpted from sandstone over millions of years. Perhaps the most significant thing about the rocks here is what they contain. Clues about the prehistoric creatures that once lived here. And Yunnan province is loaded with dinosaur remains. It's one of China's and the world's hottest locations for Jurassic era discoveries.
Jurassic period. Jurassic is a period, not an era.
In Lufeng County, the location of China's dinosaur geopark. Mr. Wong has been working with fossils for 30 years. He's been busy as discoveries are unearthed every few weeks.
So this fossil was actually found by a mountaineering enthusiast, he said. He found it when climbing the mountains here. He offered us some clues as to where it was. When we finally found the spot and the fossil here, it was like the end of a treasure hunt.
This fossil belongs to the appropriately named Lufongosaurus.
Yeah,
first
the most common dinosaur
in the
there.
Lufeng region. There are now
70. Again, Lufongosaurus is this same guy right here that we were looking at earlier. That is Lufongosaurus.
6 complete specimens of this plant-eating species.
Its tibia would have been huge, around 80 centimeters long. This dinosaur would have been about 10 meters long. It's over 30 feet. Would have lived in the early Jurassic period, 180 million years ago.
Lufeng is also home to its own Jurassic Park, where discoveries are put on display.
This is so cool. There are enormous, super well-funded fossil museums in China that I've never heard of. Like, there's so many of them there, and they're building new ones all the time. it's really going to happen like any day now. China is going to completely surpass the United States in terms of vertebrate fossil research, especially with what's going on in our country right now. Like, oh man, check this out.
For Chinese tourists. Built in 2008, this 110,000 square foot exhibition center restores the bones on site. It's now one of the largest displays of fossils in the world.
Time to hit up Duolingo.
With
There you go.
70 sets of
Yeah.
restored and
Seriously.
mounted dinosaur skeletons.
Yeah. And Rikami, I'm doing well. How are you? Welcome back.
就是我们在野外发掘一具恐龙化石回来的话，第一点呢就是化石运到修理室里面。
So first we transport the fossils here, then the repair work starts.
修复呢
This
主
is
要
what we
是
call
要把
fossil prep.
那个化石。
So this is like you were seeing in the clip earlier with Denver and Steve and Deanna cleaning these fossils in the laboratory. Here they're training entire teams of people to do this. This is a huge operation here in Lufang County.
是表面的一些岩石啊，要慢慢的给修干净。
Except for the proper budget.
Since
There you go.
1938,
Yeah.
researchers in the Lufang region have unearthed more than 1,000 dinosaur fossils, with surely more to come.
So when they say 1,000 dinosaur fossils, what they mean is skeletons. Over 1,000 associated skeletons. Just nuts. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. By the way, the last time that we were looking at this, we had Jim in the chat, and he was talking about. He's like, "Oh yeah, my name is on that," referring to this right here. I'm like, what? But Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland, his name is on this plinth right here. Let's see if I can find that real quick. I think I've got it in my junk drawer folder, along with a bunch of other kind of cool miscellaneous stuff. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. This right here, you see the globe right there sitting on this plinth? Here's them setting it up. And consultants abroad. Got various names right here. One of those names. Yeah. Dr. James I. Kirkland, Utah State Geology Survey of America. Yeah, Papa Jim. Right there. Very cool. Somebody's honoring American paleontologists. That's not the United States government, especially not right now. Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, pretty cool. This dinosaur park here is actually pretty incredible. I know we looked at this last time too, but we're gonna look at it again real quick. They did a whole live streamed event as like a science outreach thing. At one point here. Here. Look at the production value here. So presumably they put this together for the Chinese public. They probably showed this in classrooms across the country. I bet you they had like a thing where kids could type questions in live. I want to say they had that because I think they get to it later. Here we go. But again, this is where our new dinosaur came from.
More closely at the progress. In the previous days, we got to learn that the skull and the neck of...
So here in the US, you might have this sort of like a science outreach thing like this. You might get this sort of thing with NASA, maybe, where you've got like this big live streamed production where you've got a live link to classrooms around the country and kids can ask questions and got all this production value. In China, they do this for dinosaurs too.
Of this dinosaur had been missing. We haven't found some parts until now. For this investigation team, this is really regretful. But luckily, today we heard some good news. That is about the tail.
This is the sort of thing that's possible, you know?
As you can see,
with the right kind of support.
Scientists are extending their investigation.
The dream of being able to do this kind of thing in this country, you know?
This dinosaur has been unearthed, and some of the fossils have actually separated from the surrounding rocks. So I will wear a pair of gloves to show you.
Yeah, you really don't need
It's
gloves,
a little bit
but
heavy. According to the estimate, the dinosaur is about 8 meters long, and the fossil of the tailbone is not that big.
At least that's a real fossil there, unlike the Mickey Mouse gloves thing earlier that Deborah was talking about.
And the experts will do some cleaning of it. Now let's put it back. For your information, up until now, on the site, we have found about...
This is a little goofy. Like, this is not... they didn't do the best job with the skeleton, but they're, you know, they're trying. They probably had some sort of an asset, you know, in, you know, like a pre-made asset in some sort of visual effects package or something, and maybe they modified it a bit. It's not great, but it's better than nothing.
20 different caudal-vertebra fossils. The tail of the dinosaur is composed of about 40 different bones. And that means they have found at least half of them. But judging by the length, it's already 2/3 of the total length. Why?
Kids loved it though? Yeah, Casey, yeah.
Unearthed caudal vertebra are mostly next to the tail tip, so that's the longer part. And
what she's talking about is totally legit, though. Much better than the graphic would imply.
The missing parts are more far from the body, and they're not that long.
Yeah, it's nuts. China is so far ahead of us in terms of support for science. It's incredible.
It has to hen a tail almost the length of its body. What to learn more about the progress of this investigation work. And we welcome you to stay tuned with us. Now back to the showroom. Thank you, dear experts, for your knowledge sharing. The dinosaurs lived about...
This is lovely. So they've got Dilophosaurus, or like a Dilophosaur kind of stage coelophysoid, you know, big theropod right here. This is the sort of animal that would have lived alongside Lufongosaurus. This might actually supposed to be Sinosaurus here.
2.3...
Not Spinosaurus, but Sinosaurus.
Years ago,
one's
and
called
now we can
Dilophosaurus
only study
sinensis.
them based on the fossils. And right because
Yeah,
of
Dilophosaurus,
so many mysteries they left behind, if the dinosaurs can talk today, what would they say? Now let's get to Lufeng.
Yeah. So check this out. Like, what a marvelous showcase of this ongoing scientific research.
Why do you like dinosaurs? I've never seen them, and I long to see them. What do you know about the dinosaurs? I learned that there had been explosion in the Cambrian period. I mean, that explosion is about the explosive growth of many other species. What's your favorite dinosaur? A lot of kids are attracted by the fossils because of the mysteries. For example, In Lufeng, it is rumored that the length of the head is very big of Lufengosaurus. And after the death of the dinosaurs, they will be degenerated, and the neck may be curved after the death. But this neck is very straight, pointing towards the eastern direction.
Look at that preservation there, too, like that lovely occipital condyle. Got those... Like, it's just gorgeous. So the skull's kind of plunging down like that. Isn't that cool, Sushi Cat? Just amazing.
They're just bones to us, but the experts see a dinosaur vividly in their sight.
Yep.
I can tell the whole story about the details.
Like, this is phenomenal science outreach.
For the unearthed
This is world class.
A lot of the necks are very
so jealous. I'm so jealous. Why can't we do this kind of thing in this country? You know?
Why are those heads pointing at the east? Some people say that they have met disasters like flood and the landslide. Those usually happen in the west, and they head towards the east because they died on their way to escape. Some people say that the dinosaurs may try to go to a mysterious place to end their lives in the east, and some others say that they have been moved after their death, and gradually they were buried down by the sand and muds. And what's the idea of the expert? After the death of the dinosaurs, most of their heads would be curved.
You're
and
right.
If coincidentally the landslide happens, they float
Hey, Dr. Irrefutable. Hello,
towards the east.
Yeah.
Taking the head away to the east.
He went to La Brea today. Very cool. Excellent, Dr. Irrefutable. I hope they're doing okay. I heard that there was another round of budget cuts for La Brea. I hope they're doing all right over there. I hope you enjoyed. La Brea is an amazing place. It really is. Yeah.
So they're all heading towards the east. In the Jurassic period, generations of dinosaurs have been gathered under the earth, all pointing at the east. Is there any specific reason for that? We're waiting for the answers. The dinosaurs have...
it's funny that they in order to tie this whole broadcast together, they've got to come up with a narrative here. Like, oh, why are all the dinosaurs facing toward the east? I bet you the answer at the end is, oh, never mind, they aren't actually all pointing toward the east. But you know, they're trying to put this narrative arc into it in order to keep it compelling for everybody watching, to keep you watching it. I appreciate that.
Actually spanned over 3 different periods. They used to be the tyranny of this earth, and there have been a lot of schools of thoughts about the dinosaurs. The extinction happened during the Cretaceous period. In addition to dinosaurs, a lot.
So anyway, we've got some kind of background information on, like, the history of the history of the dinosaur's reign. This is actually a pretty neat conceit right here. All of this sand art. Here we go.
Now let's zoom in.
Oh, so they're talking about molding and casting here.
To make a man-made skull for the fossils, and after the drying time for the last 1 day, the model has finally been made. Now let's zoom
taking
in.
that cast skull out of its mold.
This skull
Lovely.
looks quite real. To compare, we have adopted the VR technology. Now let's look at
How cool is this?
look of a real dinosaur skull in the VR image. And now let's compare the two skulls. It's difficult to tell, but for the artificial skull, there is one last step, that is to color it. Mr. Yue, what are the reminders for the coloring process? The fossils discovered in different stratum of the earth may cause different colors of the fossils, so
Yeah.
we need to accordingly adjust the color. Can I have a go? Yes. Dip
Yes.
the brush.
Anyway, I feel like we watched this last time. Let's scoot forward a little bit. Yeah.
Those are the dinosaur eggs. For a nest of eggs to turn into dinosaurs, what is the time taken? Or have you once guessed that when they died, how old were they? To get the answers of those questions, we will take you deeper.
Yeah.
Let's
They're gonna
see
do some
what's
histo?
inside the lab. About hundreds of millions
Ah,
years
that's
ago.
so cool.
To get to know the mysteries inside the fossils, we have to take the micro tools. We need to have some slices. One fossil has been
Oh, so they're actually showing you how they make those histo slides. This is how it works.
micro tools. We need to have some slices. One
Yeah.
fossil has been segmented, grinded into those slices. They are almost as thin as a hair. What is the unit you're taking to adjust the machine? It's micrometers. With our hands, we cannot be that precise. But with this machine, if we turn for one circle, it is about several micrometers. With such a small size of a slice,
And Pepper
they
Cat,
can
I talk
show
about that
us
all
a
the
new
time too,
world.
yeah.
You can see a lot of information here about the bone
True.
structure.
And some of those people run our government. I don't know. One of the reasons why there's so much hostility towards science in the United States, similar countries, is, because of stuff like this. This guy is, I was going to say second in line to the presidency. That used to be the case under Biden. Now I guess he's third in line to the presidency. Given that Elon Musk is our president now. I guess it goes Elon Musk, and then Trump, and then Vance, and then Mike Johnson. So anyway, yeah, he'd be third in line to the presidency. Go, Jerry, you're right. The king, well, there you go, Lenina, yeah. There you go, Crow's Cave, sure. Anywho, back to this.
This is the image.
This is the future.
Just like the annual rain, we can get a lot of information by counting the number of the lines we can calculate.
Scorch, no, that's what I was saying. The Speaker of the House is second in line to the presidency. First in line is the vice president.
The age of the dinosaur.
And Tethys says, Danny, I like your channel. Please don't politicize it. Tethys, I'm not going to sit here and not... Here, let me put it this way. I'm talking about this because you brought it up. Right now, science is absolutely under attack in this country. In the United States, where I live. And scientists need to speak up about it. I'm not going to stay silent about this. If people don't want to hear about it, I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna pretend like everything's fine. I'm not gonna misrepresent or lie to you and say that, oh, don't worry, everything's gonna be all right. These things need to be discussed. And I'm not going to shy away from that. It would be dishonest, and it would go against who I am as a person and as a scientist. So we're going to talk about these things as they come up. Later on this week, I want to devote part of my stream, maybe tomorrow, to maybe calling up my representatives live on stream to talk about all of these cuts to science funding and what's going on in our country, just trying to do something to help make a difference. And I recognize not everybody wants to see that, not everybody wants to hear about that, and that's fine. There's lots and lots of other places online that you could be. You don't have to be here. If you really want to plug your ears and shut your eyes, I understand. Like, I get that some people just can't deal with that right now, and that's okay, you know? And my content isn't for everybody. It's just not. That's all right. I try and make things as accessible and as welcoming as possible to everybody, but still, I can't please all people at all times. My whole point here is to try and do science outreach in the best way that I know, in a way that's honest and forthright, and reflects who I am, like I said, as a person and as a scientist. And that's what I'm going to do. There we go. Let's continue.
Example, this one is 3 years old. We can also discover the ancient organs to get to the rate of metabolism. For example, we can try to guess if this dinosaur is warm-blooded or cold-blooded. So what about
Victorious? Thank you for those gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Victorious. Thank you for your generosity. There's 10 people in the chat who won't have to watch any ads for the next month. And look at this lovely Tinumu bird, so excited. Victorious, thank you. I appreciate you. Good stuff. Swims with Whales says, I took a renewed interest in science because of this channel. I admire Danny's passion and advocating for science. Thank you, Whales. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Appreciate your generosity, Victorious. If it weren't for those subscriptions and gift subs, I would not be able to do this.
Golganak gifted a tier 1 sub to Cast the Dreamer.
Thank you, Golganak, for gifting Cast the Dreamer. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let's continue.
about this one? Now we assume that they're not as warm-blooded as mankind. But since their rate of metabolism is much higher.
Oh, we've got a potential golden Kappa hype train here? Well, well, well. Let's see if we can get there. We got 3 minutes at this point to try and coax that train forth. Let's see if we can get it.
Higher than the usual reptiles.
Oh, by the way, if that does start off.
DinoDax gifted DinoDax a subscription.
Thank you, Kodali, for those 100 bits, and thank you, DinoDax, for those 2 gift subs. That'll do it. Scudsters, thank you for the follow, too.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Yeah. Good stuff. Welcome, Scudsters. Phenomenal. Thank you, Snake Socks, for subscribing. I appreciate that tremendously. Charlie's Dragon.
Questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Lovely. This is phenomenal. Snake Socks, thank you for subscribing.
Forever.
Really appreciate that. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes.
Paul of a Sutton 42 really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Enjoy knowing that you're helping support science outreach here on Twitch. Snake Socks, I appreciate you. Charlie's Dragon, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Phenomenal. Excellent. Oh.
Let's protect our fossils because if they're removed,
holy cow,
America loses them forever.
Spiffy Juggins, thank you for subscribing. Holy moly, that's another recurring sub right there.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
There were about 8 people working in the La Brea Prep Lab.
And Dr. Irrefutable, thank you for the 300 bits. Yeah, I really appreciate that support, Dr. Irrefutable. 8 people working in the lab, very nice. So, what, Wednesday today? I bet you most of them were probably volunteers, but, yeah. Yeah, I really hope, I don't know, it was lovely being able to visit La Brea, and I'm really glad you got to go. I hope it was awesome, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah, I hope they continue to do well there, and whatever budget cuts might be coming down the pike, I hope they're able to weather those okay, and all of that. The Golden Kappa hype train here, which is now happening. Yeah. It's a special version of the Kappa emote, currently available as a temporary reward.
Wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
I don't know what's up with our alerts, but it's supposed to have the TTS after the alert is done. Murph, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Thank you very, very much.
I can see that my
Thank you, Makeaway.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
30 months, now at tier 3. Phenomenal. We've gotten to a level 5 Golden Kappa hype train. Excellent. If you contribute to this hype train right now, you get this rare Golden Kappa emote for 24 hours. Yeah, pretty cool, I guess. If you're into this kind of thing, if you like emotes.
Cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Golganek's getting that there too. Thank you for the 100 bits, Golganek. Thank you, Flug. Excellent. And Miko the Raccoon, thank you for the gift subs there. Phenomenal. I appreciate that, Miko. Thank you, thank you.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Rushwing, for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. We are,
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try
a few
blaming
more,
the
and we'll be halfway to our sub goal. Eaglefire, thank you for the 100 bits. Lovely. Yeah. Makeaway says it's only for 24 hours you get that special emote, but then you get to go around and flaunt it. Yeah. It's pretty neat. So when we raid in to somebody else at the end of today's stream, I'll ask you to show those off. Yeah. That'll be fun. That'll be really fun. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Javasaurus, are these budget cuts selective? Nobody really knows. So it's been incredibly chaotic and just... It's bad. It's really bad.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Joshua Colossus, for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Flug, for the 100 bits there. Lovely. This is phenomenal. I appreciate it. So when the hype train is done, that's when everybody gets that emote unlocked. But yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Cast the Dreamer. It's bad. We'll be talking about this soon. I'm gonna be preparing some stuff to talk about, some things that we can do about it. Holy cow, Lenina. Thank you for gifting Joshua Colossus. Appreciate that, Lenina. Appreciate that very much. Yeah. Thank you for keeping the science going. Of course, Fluke. Thank you for helping me do that. Oh. What do we got here? Scudsters.
Oh, Lisa.
Do we have a winner?
Present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
Oh. Sorry, Scudsters. There's 2 possible outcomes.
I
For
wasted $5 on these.
2 possible outcomes for 400 bits, and you got the lousy one. You're welcome to try again. Mustache Mike, thank you for the 300 bits. I appreciate that, Mustache Mike. Good stuff. Thank you for your support. Anybody else want to try 400 bits? See if you get a winner?
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
Mangst, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Oh, Rushwing, let's see. Do we have a winner?
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway.
Hmm.
Oh, boy, really?
Oh, 2 in a row? I'm sorry, Rushwing.
I wasted $5 on these.
Well, let's see if somebody else gets lucky here. I promise there's a second. They trigger randomly. There's 2 outcomes. We just got the dud one twice in a row. Oh. Let's see if we get some dinosaur terror.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway.
Well, well, well.
Really?
Here we go. Flug, you're a winner. Yeah. Thank you for the 400 bits, Flug and Rushwing and Scudsters and Mustache Mike. Thank you for the 300. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. And there we go. Let's see those golden kappas there. Wait, where's the... Oh, did I not get it? I guess I don't have it. I guess I don't have it because I contribute to the hype train. But those of you who did, you've got it there. Oh, it replaces that one? Is that how that works? Didn't work. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Yes. Yes.
Miko the Raccoon 984 gifted a tier
Thank you,
1
Miko the
sub
Raccoon,
online.
for gifting Saranlan.
They have given 13 gift subs in the channel.
Good stuff. Good stuff. It doesn't upgrade Rainbow to Golden. I chose the wrong one, Cass. Yeah. But yeah, look at all those golden kappas. It's impressive. We'll use those during the raid later when we finish the broadcast. But thank you, Miko. I appreciate your gift sub to Saranlan. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions, for your support. Appreciate you. I really do. Yeah, good stuff. Shall we get back to what we're looking at here? We're gonna get into this new dinosaur from Lufeng Valley. Thank you, Saranlan. Good stuff. Thank you for your generosity there. Paying it forward. Appreciate you, Saranlan. Good stuff. We're at 64 out of 145 for the week. Beautiful. Appreciate it. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh, and you got a 1,000 bits badge. Nice. Very nice. Anyway, let's continue with the histo here.
And we have been extended in our understanding. What about the strengths of the dinosaurs? Can they fly? How far can they fly? Believe that with the more in-depth studies of the scientists, we can get to know more mysteries. Indeed, we are truly looking forward to more answers to dinosaurs with the investigation work going on. So, for the science,
and they have a helicopter for this. Holy cow!
This is incredible. Live stream from a helicopter.
That, the dinosaurs were extinct in that pit, and looking from above is really overwhelming.
And now here. Oh, they've got dinosaurs running around. There's a Carnotaurus right there.
See a trainer of a dragon.
Oh man.
Hello there. And this is a very cute.
Phenomenal.
For those minority ethnicities, they put a lot of singing and dancing elements into such a ritual.
Very cool. Like, look at the back of the
Fire
stage.
is
Got this
quite
sauropod
important
dinosaur.
in the lives of people.
Very cool stuff. Yeah. Again,
Wonderful fire performance. We are coming to an end of this show. This is already the 4th day of our series. We've learned a lot of scientific knowledge before, and today
I'm so jealous of like the amount of support for science outreach. I wish that we could do this sort of thing in this country, you know? Dearly wish. But anyway, the reason we were watching this is where our new dinosaur is from Lufeng County, from Lufeng Dinosaur World in Yunnan Province, China. That's where our brand new dinosaur species is from. So let's get into it. Meet Xingxiulong yueorum, new species of early diverging sauropodomorph dinosaur. Lived in what is now China during early Jurassic. So it's an animal that would have looked pretty similar to this. This is Lufungosaurus, which is a member of the same family. Our new dinosaur is going to be subtly different from this one. And take a look at that skeleton right there. Just exquisitely well preserved. Like, that's nuts. Is this actually our new species here? That's crazy. That is crazy, crazy, crazy. And Van Pack says, "What is a sauropod?" I guess I should backtrack because
they were finding fossils.
We were talking about this, I think, before you came in. Cyboogie3, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So, sauropods are the long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, like these guys. These are Mamenchisaurus from China, from like the late Jurassic of China. These are the largest animals that have ever walked the earth, the sauropods. They get truly enormous. But they didn't start off that way. Early in the age of dinosaurs, these guys start off pretty small. The earliest sauropodomorph that we have, the earliest member of this whole broad group of dinosaurs, not a true sauropod, but a sauropodomorph. The earliest one is Eoraptor. You might think it looks like a theropod. Certain clues in its skeleton tell us that this is the earliest diverging sauropod that we have so far. Sauropodomorph, rather. So that's to say that dinosaurs start off small, and then they start to get bigger and bigger as you move from the Triassic into the Jurassic period. You get the first truly large dinosaurs in the Triassic, things like Plateosaurus. Yeah, here. Show you a classic clip from Walking with Dinosaurs to help illustrate this point. And, Link for real.
Successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Thank you, Link for real. Link for real. Link for real. For the 9 months of support. I appreciate you. Link says, oh. Says yay. Here we go. Classic clip from Walking with Dinosaurs from episode 1, set in the late Triassic period, the upper Triassic. You've got this little dinosaur, Coelophysis, that the story is kind of centered around to a certain extent. But here we go. There's a lot wrong with this depiction of this animal, but the size, the majesty of it is what I'm really trying to... So they didn't actually walk on all fours. So these are the precursors of the huge four-legged, long-necked, plant-eating dinosaurs that would come later. These guys actually walked on 2 legs. But yeah. Let's see here. Here's a better depiction, a more modern depiction of Plateosaurus. Narrated by Gordon Freeman himself.
Part of the reptile family tree, but are their own unique branch.
There's Plateosaurus, very similar to our new dinosaur. Wonder if he's holding his crowbar. I think he probably is, Claire Burr. Let's see. Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
Early giants, like Plateosaurus, can reach the new, taller food sources. Their stomachs can digest the tough conifer needles. And their sheer volume helps them maintain a higher body temperature day and night.
These are the first of the truly large dinosaurs. This is what we call a basal sauropodomorph. That's from the base of the sauropod family tree.
It's a winning formula that will herald a new age.
Yeah, good stuff. And our new dinosaur is a member of this group. Yeah, new species of sauropodomorph dinosaur. Xingxiulong, yueorum. Yueorum is the new species. So Xingxiulong was described, I think, a few years ago, maybe last year. Now we've got a new species within this genus. So a new species of genus Xingxiulong. So Xingxiulong belongs to the Massapoda, a group of sauropodomorph dinosaurs described in 2007. The new species is only the second member of the previously monospecific genus Xingxiulong. Now, I understand that this is going to be a new concept to some of you. Genus was named in 2017. Thank you, Charlie Stray. Genus and species. So in science, we have a thing that we call binomial nomenclature. Animals and plants and fungi and other organisms, when they've got a scientific name, they've got 2 names. The genus and the species. So the tiger might be this animal's common name in English. But not all scientists speak English. This new dinosaur that we're talking about is from China, for instance. And while a lot of people in China do speak English, the most widely spoken language in China, among many, is Mandarin Chinese. But whether you speak Mandarin, whether you speak English, whether you speak Swedish, or Portuguese, or Bahasa, or Arabic, or whatever, you can still use those scientific names. They're the same across all languages. Kennedy, thank you for the 32 months of support. Subscribing for a full year. Thank you, Kennedy. I appreciate you. Thank you for keeping me here online. So you've probably seen this in, I don't know, maybe in like Looney Tunes cartoons. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Coyote, Carnivorous vulgaris. So this is like a running joke in Roadrunner and Coyote cartoons. Roadrunnerus digestus. You know, it's kind of making fun of this concept. Oedipus anythingus. Oedipus almost anythingus. Famicius famicius. And Coyote, Edius Birdius. You know, this is meant to be a joke, kind of making light of these sometimes arcane-sounding binomial names, which are often Latin. Sometimes they're not. Latin is kind of the traditional language to use. And yes indeed, Lilithobo. Lilithobo says, don't use Latin and Greek because they're dead languages, so we don't have to worry about them changing in the future. Yes. That's exactly why. I wouldn't say that Greek is a dead language. There's a lot of people who speak Greek. But yeah, Danis Anduzis. There you go, Ungoy. Except the A in Anduzis should be lowercase. Yeah. And is it ancient Greek? I don't know if it is ancient Greek. I don't know how different ancient Greek is from modern Greek. I don't know enough about Grecian languages. But yeah, there's a reason why we use Latin names. Let's see. Let's try this.
Welcome to Moo Moo Math and Science. In this video, I'd like to talk about a scientific name, also called binomial nomenclature.
Yep.
If you were to name these animals, you could use the word cat, dog, or frog. If you lived in Germany, you would use cat, Hund, and Frusch. In order to avoid confusion...
So we've got people who speak a lot of different languages here in this chat right now.
Half a year. Can't stay long. I have tons of work to do today. Much love. Keep up the informative work. Red Heart.
Thank you, Darwin1490. I appreciate the 6 months of support. Thank you. Yeah, good luck with your work. Thank you for helping me do mine with that support. Thank you, Darwin. I appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah. Like I was saying, we've got people who speak a lot of different languages here in this chat right now. If you speak a language other than English, would you mind listing what you call these critters in order? Cat, dog, and frog? What would you call these critters? And thank you, Kelp K, for the follow. Let's see what people come up with. Kat, Hund, Frosk, says Charlie's Dragon. Nice. In Swedish, Kat, Hund, Groda.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
And Araguru, thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Makeway says Furlan, K9, Papega. Makeway, I appreciate you. That's Hundefrusch in German. That's Karne. Interesting, Dame Karen. Yeah. And Urizen Lux, interesting. Cow, gato, ra. Interesting. Gato, cow, sapo. Very interesting, Darwin. Huh. Gato, in Portuguese, it's the same as in Spanish. El gato. El gato malodoro, you might even say. Yeah.
¡Ay, un gato malódoro!
No, no es un gato malodoro, es un zorillo? Is that skunk or fox? I feel like I should know this. That might... Es un zorillo, no? Is that fox, Gargoware? I feel like I should know this. That might lead to a really bad situation in the future. Zorro is fox, says Vespa. That's what I thought.
Mofeta.
Mofeta?
Mofeta.
I've never heard that before. Vespa says Zorillo. Or Mofeta. Oh, Mofeta. I pluralize it and it becomes Zorillos.
Zorrillos. Zorrillos.
Huh. Alright, I did have it correct. Good. Yeah, both work. Okay, thank you, Fespe. Muchas gracias. Por ayudarme. Kenny says, I wonder how one says Klatu Barada Nikto in English? Love that movie. Here, let's see if it'll detect that. Detect language.
Klatu Barada Nadie.
He says that to somebody on the street and they play, Ay, no sé, Klatu Barada Nadie. Yeah. Anywho, the reason why we use these complex sounding Latin names, often Latin, they're not always Latin, for critters is for the sake of internationality.
Animals are identified and plants with a scientific name.
Plants, fungi, protists, whatever.
Nomenclature.
Yeah.
These names are important because they allow people throughout the world to communicate about animals. Scientists use international rules to name animals. These naming rules mean that every scientific name is unique.
Yep.
Scientific names are also designed to tell you something about the animal's relationship with other animals.
Sometimes, yeah.
Scientific names may also be descriptive about the animal.
So, here, there was another video that kind of talked about this a little bit. Where was it? Was it SciShow? Or was it a different one? Here it is.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Latin, not to praise it. Salve amicis, ego et Julius, hoc est dinunti. As you can tell by my pronunciation, grammar, and word choice, I'm among the select 7 or so billion people who do not speak Latin as a primary language. In fact, everybody says that
Probably
Latin
closer to
is a
8 billion
dead
now.
language, and nobody speaks it, outside of extracurricular clubs really just designed to show off how smart everyone in the club is.
Yeah, I saved Latin. I saved Latin.
Bacones. But that's not
Great
exactly
movie.
true, as we in the science, medicine, law, and education biz know very, very well. Latin is still regularly used in all of these disciplines, mostly for descriptions of things. So while Latin is definitely dead, it isn't extinct, which is the term we use for languages which have no speakers or continued usage. In fact, Latin is kind of a victus mortis, or a zombie language. It's dead, but lives on in describing animal species, parts of the body, legal principles, debate tactics, and a lot more. But why? Why do we use Ursus maritimus instead of polar bear? Well, the answer is multifaceted, as these things usually are. But let's start with Catholicism. See, around the 4th century, a craze was sweeping the ancient Roman Empire, and all the kids were calling it Christianity.
Yeah,
This ultimately
was the hot new thing back at the time.
led to the formation of the Roman Catholic Church. The church was a huge fan of Latin, largely because that's what the common man spoke, and that was their target audience. Over time, Latin was promoted as being the language of religion and knowledge. And since it was before the age of tweeting, everything written down was pretty dang important. Scientific and medical discoveries, laws, and basically any source of information in the Roman Empire was in Latin. This meant that in order to be part of the educated or religious portion of society, you had to speak, read, and write in Latin. But after the fall of the Roman Empire, Latin was deformalized and broken down into what we know today as the Romance languages. Romance for Rome. This includes French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, and Romanian.
And we've got multiple speakers of several of these languages here in the chat right now.
So why do we use any of those languages to describe laws or bears? One big reason is that dead languages don't move around very much, because they're dead.
This is precisely what Mommy Does just said. Can't take on new meanings or get changed? I mean, it can, but only through, like, direct interaction with...
wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machine.
Devilek, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's not like the word can have its name, have its meaning taken out from under it, as easily as it could with, like, a living language. Because, yeah, languages change over time. Nyx Nocturnus' linguistic lesson, it's important because we're talking about dinosaurs here. We're talking about genera and species. We're laying some groundwork so we can kind of more fully understand what's going on with this brand new dinosaur that we're talking about.
Latin is frozen in time, and without major populations speaking it, the words in it don't change meaning anymore due to popular usage.
They can change meaning due to popular usage, but that's in very rare cases. So, like, sometimes a name like Velociraptor, its meaning will get changed because it becomes very popular because of a movie. And now when people think of Velociraptor, they don't think of the actual animal. You do a Google image search for Velociraptor, you end up with stuff like this, or this, which is very much not Velociraptor. Velociraptor, we now understand, looked like this. This is actually a different dinosaur called Deinonychus. So that is an interesting case in which a Latin name, Velociraptor, which means fast thief, swift robber, something like that, fast steely guy. Yeah. That name, you know, its name was kind of changed because it became one of the antagonists in a very popular novel, which became an even more popular movie series. But yeah. Yeah. So anyway, it does happen that those names change meaning, but it's rare. It's very rare for that to happen to a Latin word. Because Latin is, like he said, a dead language. It doesn't really have a lot of people speaking it. Except in weird cases like that, when a scientific name becomes super popular all of a sudden. You know?
For example, we used to use the word dank to describe your cellar, not your memes. But Ursus maritimus will likely always be the Latin name for those carnivorous white monsters roaming around the Arctic Circle, whereas polar bear could be, and probably is, a slang term for a weird sexual act. I don't know, somebody look it up on Urban Dictionary. Actually, don't. And this makes scientific naming and notation particularly standardized, even when we discovered new things to be named. All species have a two-part scientific designation, called binomial nomenclature.
And what's kind of interesting, actually, is that it's kind of a post hoc rationalization for why we use Latin for a lot of these things. That's not why they originally used Latin. When people like Carl Linnaeus first started using Latin to come up with names for animals and plants and other organisms, it's not like he and other people were doing that because they thought, oh, well, you know, it's a dead language and it can't change. It's like, no, that was just the learned language at the time. We continued with that tradition because it's useful and because the language doesn't really change, because it's only really used in these contexts. It's not a spoken language whose meanings morph over time and stuff. So I think that's important to point out. Anyway.
And notation particularly standardized. Even when we discover
the lingua franca before French. There you go, Casting Dreamer.
All species have a two-part scientific designation called binomial nomenclature, or its Latin name. The application of these names is governed by the International Code of Zoological
So this is why we're talking about this too.
The ICZN, and the International Code of Nomenclature for Algae, Fungi, and Plants, the ICN. The first name is called the generic epithet and is usually the genus, while the second is a specific epithet or the species.
So with our new dinosaur, this is, what is it, Xingxiulong is the genus name, and then, what was it, yueorum is the species name. So that's what we're talking about right here. Xingxiulong yueorum, genus and species. Right there, genus, species.
Sometimes there's even a third name for a subspecies included. So
yeah, that doesn't really happen with dinosaurs.
We, Homo sapiens, are of the genus Homo, meaning man, which also includes Neanderthals and other hominids. But specifically, we are sapiens, meaning wise. As a group, we are wise men, and women, of course. An advantage of using a dead language is that it doesn't favor any particular group. It's decidedly neutral, which is great for things like law and medicine. If we call a disease grossitosis, while another culture calls it osamitis, you're going to end up with different reactions by doctors and the public for the same disease. Calling it simply pneumonia removes any confusion or bias.
Does that make sense? Yeah. So here's the thing, though. With dinosaurs and other organisms, there have been hundreds of thousands of different names that have been come up with, that scientists have come up with for different critters. And so we're starting to run out of names, frankly, that are Latin. So here's just a list of different dinosaur genus names. This is just the A's right here. Still going. There's the B's. C's. You can see there's a lot. And every name has to be unique. Two different animals cannot share the same name, whether they're dinosaurs, whether they're insects, whether they're crustaceans, whether they're any kind of animal.
Step guide to becoming a fossil. Step
Jaded Fairy.
Die.
Thank you for the 14 months of support. I don't know why our alerts are currently kind of broken, where it's supposed to wait until after the alert is done to do the TTS, and it's not doing that. Jaded Fairy, thank you for the Prime.
Hey, a dinosaur!
I really appreciate that. Jaded Fairy, thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. And Rapture Lab Manager, thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's good to have you here. There's an issue where, you know, there have been something like 400,000 species of beetle that have been named. And they take up a lot of the good names. An example of that is this animal. This animal was named back in the early 1990s. It was named Mononychus, meaning one claw. Pretty apt name, right? It's a lovely little theropod dinosaur. It became clear after a while that, oh shoot, that name is already taken by a beetle, because there's like 400,000 species of beetle that have been named. And so the name had to change. Luckily, they were able to just change the spelling. So instead of Mononychus with a CH-US at the end, they changed it to a KUS. Yeah. There we go. History of discovery, description, paleobiology. Where's the part about its name? Yeah, originally named Mononychus with a CH in 1993, but later that year it was renamed because the original name had already been used for a beetle, named by Johann Schuppel, a German entomologist. So they just changed the spelling to a K, and that made it unique, and then that was fine again. So yeah. Anyway, my point in saying this, Sweetie Pie, is that since names have to be unique, and a lot of the good Latin names are taken, given that there's 400,000 beetles, and untold numbers of crustaceans, and non-beetle insects, and arachnids, and all kinds of stuff, we're starting to, like, run out of good combinations of different Latin prefixes and suffixes and stuff like that. And so, in a lot of cases, we're starting to name dinosaurs using other languages, like, for instance, Chinese. Xingxiulong, yueorum. The orum at the end of that is a Latin suffix, Latin or Greek, but the rest of this is Chinese. It's appropriate since this dinosaur is from China, but there's a lot of other dinosaurs that have been started to be named with other languages. A good example of this would be, let me think. Jacapil, there you go, Casey Snowart, yeah. This weird critter, we're still not totally sure who this guy is. Is it a Thyreophoran? Is it a Ceratopsian? What is it? But Jacapil, its name comes from an indigenous language. What language is this? Tehuelche, or Puelchian? Yeah, one of the Chonan languages of Patagonia. So this is a language spoken traditionally in the region where this dinosaur was discovered. So we're starting to see this more and more and more. And like last year, Alp Karakush. So this might be Kyrgyz? Might be the language of Kyrgyzstan? Diochin. This is also a dinosaur. The name means bird of prey. In, there we go. And Mapudungun. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Mapuche, maybe is the language. But yeah, we're starting to see this more and more. A lot of these animals... Oh, Photna is another one. This might be the Ute language of the native people of Utah. Photna, literally the origin, is what the name means. We're, in some ways, starting to run out of good names that are based in Latin or Greek. Because we've been at this for a while. There's so many critters to name. So we're starting to see this more and more. Different languages, not just Latin and Greek, being used to name new organisms. Especially animals. Yeah. Yeah. Darkness descended on the valley and purred. Well, time to pay our landlord here. Sweetie Pie, do you want some treats? Is that why you've come here? Is this a shakedown? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll kick up, sweetie pie. Here. You know, I work hard to earn these treats for my family, but I'm grateful, sweetie pie. I'm grateful for sweetie pie. Don Sweetie, I'm grateful for the protection that you offer. Please accept this token of my appreciation. Thank you, Don Sweetie, for your grace and protection over my family and this business. Come to me on the day of my dinosaur stream. Okay, see, yes. You got another one right there. Keep that one. It is adequate for now. This Bothok, yeah. All right, and just like that, she disappears to continue to make her rounds. Rounds through her territory. Anywho, drop the gun, take the cat snacks. There you go, Arlen. Yeah. Anyway, and I'll see you later, Dr. Irrefutable. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Where were we? Oh. So we had a question here. What happens when we're out of names again? Well, then we're cooked, Swooboo. Then we're cooked. But that won't be for a long, long time. There's a lot of other languages other than Latin and Greek to draw from. Somebody was asking, why not pick another dead language? That's the thing, is that some of these, like with Photna, this is not a, I hesitate to call it a dead language, but it's not a language that's spoken by all that many people anymore. So the generic name of Photna references a figure in the same name in the Chamorro culture. Oh, indigenous people of the Mariana Islands. Never mind. I assumed it had something to do with Utah history, but it does not. Yeah. Here, Photna, whose name means the origin, is the ancestral Magahaga, or authoritative female in a clan. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Same with Diuchin. Not totally sure how to pronounce this. Matt Lamana, who's one of the authors on this original paper, he was in the field with us last summer, and he was in the field with us when this paper was published. And he's like, yeah, I'm on the team that published this paper. This is one of my dinosaurs. He says, I'm not totally sure how to pronounce it. But he said Diuchin. Tentatively. But, yeah. So it's a Mapuche word, or Mapudungun word, for bird of prey. Yeah, Mapuche language. Spoken in south-central Chile and west-central Argentina by the Mapuche people. Formerly known as Araucanian. Huh. The name given to the Mapuche by the Spanish, the Mapuche avoided as a remnant of Spanish colonialism. It's not an official language of Chile and Argentina, having received virtually no government support throughout its history. Oh boy.
It's
anyway.
Completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same
dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those
A what?
things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirter. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yeah, Lucid Dream, thank you for the 9 months of support. Thank you for keeping me here online. I really appreciate that.
Dirter.
Yeah, good stuff. Appreciate that, Lucid Dream. Thank you. Anywho,
Tradoon.
And Kiswan, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. That's actually a good representation. Even in dead languages, like Latin, sometimes different words do still kind of change in pronunciation over time. Case in point, Troodon becoming Tradoon. Yeah. Yeah. You love terrible lizards? Well, Kiswan, well, you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. We're talking about a brand new dinosaur right now. Brand new species, at least.
Tradoon.
Xingxiulong yueorum. It's a new species of basal sauropodomorph dinosaur in the early Jurassic of China.
Tradoon.
Yeah. So Xingxiulong is the genus. This is a new species within that genus. So Xingxiulong yueorum is distinguished from Xingxiulong Xingxiulong by possessing a pendant-shaped fourth trochanter with distal termination. So this is a knob, like a protuberance on the femur, that's shaped like a pendant, I guess, with distal termination, so it kind of stops at the end. An astragalus, that's one of the ankle bones, with an almost straight dorsal margin on the posterior surface, a pedal digit 5, so the fifth toe, with 2 phalanges, says Dr. Xiangyuan Chen, paleontologist at the Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences and colleagues. I think we saw Dr. Chen in one of those videos that we were watching earlier. A partial postcranial skeleton of Xingxiulong yueorum was found in 2015 near Lufeng City in the Chinese province of Yunnan. So again, this video that we were watching earlier, where do I put that? Here we go. Yeah. Here's this valley near Lufeng City in Yunnan province, China. This is where this critter was found. From the Lufeng Formation. So the Lufeng Formation is one of the most important sedimentary units for the understanding of the evolution of early Jurassic sauropodomorph dinosaurs, the paleontologist said. Xingxiulong yueorum is estimated to have reached a length of 8 to 10 meters, 26 to 33 feet long, twice the size of Xingxiulong Xingxiulong. Hopefully, they did histo here. Hopefully, they cut those bones open and looked at the growth rings to figure out that we're looking at 2 adult dinosaurs. Hopefully, they know for certain that the smaller one isn't smaller because it's young. Hopefully, they know that it's smaller because it's a different species. But we saw all the histo they were doing in that video earlier, so hopefully, you know, they're doing this right. Both of the 2 species of Xingxiulong have 4 sacrovertebrae. These are 4 vertebrae in the sacrum. Sacrum is the hips, so I'll show you on a velociraptor skeleton. Skeleton model right here. So the sacrum, this is the vertebrae squeezed in between the ilium, or the ilia. 1 ilium, 2 ilia. This is the sacrum in here. Are these vertebrae that are kind of sandwiched in between there. There we go, like that. So both of these dinosaurs have 4 sacral vertebrae in there, which are typically associated with the late diverging sauropodiforms and sauropods, suggesting a complex early evolution within sauropodomorphs, the researchers said. According to the team, the discovery of Xingxiulong yueorum adds to the diversity of sauropodomorph dinosaurs from the Lufeng Formation.
The discovery contributes to understanding of the intricate patterns characterizing the early evolution of sauropodomorphs in Asia. The authors conclude. The paper was published on February 3rd in the journal Historical Biology, and unfortunately, this is a paywalled journal.
Access denied.
So we won't be able to take a look at this. This is part of the kind of like super group of publishers, Taylor and Francis, which yeah, they paywall a lot of their stuff. If I wasn't so busy yesterday, I would have tried to nab a copy when I was at Berkeley at the Life Sciences Library there, but it slipped my mind. I was too busy catching up with old friends and stuff at the Paleontology Museum yesterday morning. But yeah, these sacred lie. I don't. Dame Karen, I know you're making a joke. Hips don't lie, Shakira, all that. But I do wonder whether there can be intra-species variation, number of sacral vertebrae, or even if the same individual animal can increase or decrease the number of sacral vertebrae over its ontogeny. I don't know if anybody's really looked at that in detail. And that might be one of those things that can change. Different individuals of the same species maybe can have different numbers of sacral vertebrae, or maybe vertebrae fuse together as part of the sacrum. Maybe they like become part of the sacrum, that fused body, as the animal grows and matures. I don't know how variable that trait really is. I don't know if it's a good character, a phylogenetically informative character, we would say. So yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. So even though we can't look at the actual original paper for this critter yet, what we can do is, here, I'll get rid of these tabs. That's a lot of tabs. Let's look at it on good old Wikipedia. As I often say, Wikipedia might not have a phenomenal reputation, which I'm mystified by. At least when it comes to dinosaurs, Wikipedia is the single best unified source of information online. The most up-to-date, the most comprehensive. It absolutely blows things like Encyclopedia Britannica out of the water. No question, like, it's not even a contest. Wikipedia is absolutely, as the kids would say, goated when it comes to information on dinosaurs online, because not only do you have these usually very well-written, comprehensive articles, but here is the glorious thing. And man, this is brilliant. This is really comprehensive. Shoot, long article. Look at this. Look at these references here. This is the original scientific literature. All linked right here. So, I know maybe the majority of dinosaur paleontologists that I know, professional dinosaur paleontologists under the age of 50, when they're starting work on a new taxon, on a genus or species, and they want to get the rundown about it, they want to learn about it, they want to see what's been published on it in the literature, Wikipedia is their first stop, not for the article, but for the references. So here, you've just got this lovely rundown of everything that's been published on this animal and everything kind of relevant to it right here. All of these different sources of original information, these journal articles and press releases and stuff like that, all compiled right here. It's brilliant. But anyway, I'm kind of astonished at how comprehensive this article is. The name Xingxiulong means Xingxiu Bridge Dragon. Anytime you see the name, or the suffix long, in a dinosaur name, that means dragon. Guanlong, Dailong, Xingxiulong. Long means dragon. So yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, therein lies Wikipedia's strength, says Jody Fish. References are there to be seen. Agreed. Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Here we go. So this new species just named, Xingxiulong yueorum, was described by Chen et al. In 2025 based on a partial articulated postcranial skeleton of an adult individual larger than X. chengai. Phylogenetic analysis suggests that Xingxiulong is most closely related to its contemporary Xingxianosaurus, although an alternative position outside of both Sauropodoformes and Massospondylida is also plausible. That's interesting that it jumps around so much in phylogenies. So here's X. chengai, which is a little bit more complete, given that we've got skull material here, than our new species, X. yueorum. But yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Here we go. So, here's the new part of the article here. In 2025, Sheng Yu Chen, Sheng Yuan Chen, Yanming Wang, Qiannan Zhang, Tao Wang, and Hai Lu Yu described LF 2015-NO01 as the holotype of a second species of Xingxiulong, X. yueorum. The specimen consists of most of an articulated postcranial skeleton, so they've got most of the skeleton behind the head. Head's missing. No skull. But most of what they got is together in life position, articulated, as we would say. Including 13 dorsal vertebrae, so 13 vertebrae from the back, 11 paired ribs, 4 sacral vertebrae, 20 caudal vertebrae, 20 verts from the tail, and associated chevrons. The chevrons are little dangly bones that hang down from the tail vertebrae. Part of the left scapula, shoulder blade, and both pelvic girdles and hind limbs. It was discovered by the Bureau of Natural Resources of Lufang City in 2015, and outcrops of the Zhengjiao member of the Lufang Formation. These sediments are located in Erzhuanshan, Yunnan Province. So the specific name, yueorum, anytime you hear the suffix orum, it means it's named after a group of people, 2 people or more. So if I were to name a dinosaur after Casey Snowart, it might be Fine Artodon Casey Snow-Eye. However, if I were to find a new species and then name it after 2 chatters, let's say Cass the Dreamer and Charlie's Dragon, it would be, say, Fine Artodon Cass Charlie's Orum. Orum means that it's named after more than one person. So the specific name, yueorum, honors the siblings of Xuyang Yu for their work in collecting and preparing the Lufang dinosaur fossils, including X. yueorum. So I guess Xuyang Yu is like a surname. So there were maybe a brother and sister, or brothers or sisters. Xuyang Yu. This is named after both of them, hence yueorum. Yeah. Good stuff. Very cool. And sibling paleontologists? I'm not sure that they're paleontologists, Dame Karen. They might just be, like, volunteers from the local community, working in the laboratory, and we know that they clean those fossils. That's what's implied here. They're working collecting and preparing the fossils. So, yeah, they might not be professional paleontologists. They might just be community members who helped out with this, and now they've got a dinosaur named after them. You know? Super awesome. That's a certain degree of immortality that they've now got for their hard work in this. That's super neat. Yeah. And there you go, Fall Machine. And Lilith Hobo says, wow, having your name go down in the science books just for volunteering?
I mean, Lilithobo, it happens. Here, let me show you something. Here's a t-shirt that I got in North Dakota. You can get it on the on their merch website. Super cool. This is a dinosaur you could only see at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. It was named just a few years ago. Daspletosaurus wilsoni. So this is named after my old roommate, Jack Wilson, or John P. Wilson, who was, at the time, volunteering for the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. He discovered this back in 2017 when I was working with him in Denver, near, kind of out near like Havre, Montana, near Glasgow, Montana, that area. It's named after him now. Yeah. Jack Wilson is himself a dinosaur paleontologist nowadays. He was at the time too, I guess? I think he'd been published at the time. Anyway, he certainly is a dinosaur paleontologist now. But yeah, at the time he was volunteering. He wasn't getting paid. He's got a dinosaur named after him. And now it's on official merch that you can get on the merch shop there. Good stuff. So you can get either the skull or the skeleton. Yeah, I got both. And that's how you can help support the museum. By getting yourself some cool merch. But anyway, the point is, you can't name a dinosaur after yourself. You can't name any animal after yourself. It's against the ICZN rules. Your International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. You can't name a critter after yourself. Not only is it bad taste, bad form, very gauche, it's officially against the rules. And so we often use those names as a way to honor people who have contributed to our field, sometimes who have contributed funds, usually who have contributed work, blood, sweat, and tears to help make these discoveries and all of that. A good example of this is, well, here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll leave you with Wendy Sloboda here.
I'm Wendy Sloboda, and back in 2010, I was out looking for dinosaurs and found an unusual bone out in the...
Here, I'll be right back.
I'm Wendy Sloboda, and back in 2010, I was out looking for dinosaurs and found an unusual bone out in the Milk River Canyon area. It was a skull bone of a ceratopsian. I collected it and brought it home, prepared it, well, cleaned it up for Dr. Michael Ryan and Dr. David Evans. Dr. Ryan is from the Cleveland Museum and Dr. Evans is from the Royal Ontario Museum. And they realized it was something unusual. It looked like a different kind of dinosaur than they'd seen before, just from the skull piece. So they proceeded to, after that, I showed them the site, and then they proceeded for 3 years to excavate a very large hole, and they collected almost the entire dinosaur. It looks like might be a bone bed, but they have the specimen is on display at the ROM, Royal Ontario Museum, and the neat thing is it's completely new, and they named it after me, Wendy Ceratops pinhornensis, which is absolutely so exciting. I don't even know how to describe it. I just overwhelmed that that's what they called it. It's awesome. So awesome that I got a tattoo on my arm of it.
Yep.
And tattoo is now I can just show everybody.
Pretty darn cool. It's one of the highest honors that could possibly be bestowed upon a person, to have a dinosaur named after them. They're the genus name. The first name, the one that gets capitalized, is named after Wendy Sloboda. Wendyceratops pinhornensis. Anytime you hear ensis, means it's from a place. So it's from the Pinhorn Formation or Pinhorn Canyon or something like that. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. And Cacklin says Latin checks out. Wilsoni named after one Wilson. Yueorum named after more than one U. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. And there you go, Cassadream. I'm honored, but yeah. Oh, there you go, Cassadreamer. Borealopelta Mark Mitchellii. It's funny that you bring that up, because you know who that's named after? Trying to find that particular video. There we go.
Back in 2011, rock containing an armored dinosaur was discovered near Fort McMurray. Over the past 5.5 years or so, a guy by the name of Mark Mitchell, a tech at the Royal Tyrrell Museum, Mark's spending about more than 7,000 hours gently extracting the fossil from the rock. Now the dinosaur has been...
Wait, I'm sorry. How many hours?
Over 9,000!
Well, maybe close to that.
Mark's spending about more than 7,000 hours gently extracting...
Over 7,000!
Extracting the fossil from the rock. Now the dinosaur has been named in Mark's honor. I think I'm going to say this correctly here. Borealopelta Mark Mitchellii.
Mark Mitchellii.
Mark Mitchell joins us this morning via Skype from the Royal Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller. Now, Mark, did I say that accurately? Is that the correct way to say it?
Yes, yes.
I did. Okay, so Borealopelta Mark Mitchellii. You officially...
There's a tongue twister, but yes.
Yeah, a tongue twister, but how does it feel to have a dinosaur named after you?
This is absolutely fantastic. This has been like a childhood dream come true. I've been interested in dinosaurs since I was like 5 years old, and to have any dinosaur, let alone one as spectacular as this one named after it, just it's super cool.
It's super cool.
And so this is a dinosaur that's gotten a ton of attention recently too. It's just absolutely gorgeous. I mean, look at this. Yeah. Godzilla's a dinosaur. Yeah, believed to be the best preserved armored dinosaur fossil in the world, with skin and armor nearly intact. Yeah. Extraordinary. It's just incredibly gorgeous. And the reason it looks this gorgeous is because of the hard work of Mark Mitchell, who spent 7,000 plus hours prepping the darn thing. Just astonishing, you know? Yeah, and that's after... Well, shoot. Look at what happened to it. So they've got the thing in a...
And then that's what we thought we could lift out.
They've got it in a... I guess, I don't even know if they have burlap on this. It might just be straight, like, plaster and concrete around it. Not a great idea. So there's a beautifully preserved, intact dinosaur in there, or at least the front half of it. And just...
She only just started to move the dirt and she let go. Yeah, she didn't take much pressure.
At the time, it was gut-wrenching. It sat there in the ground for 110, 112 million years, and here in a fraction of a second, we thought we'd ruined it. What have we lost?
But then Mark Mitchell gets to work on it.
To the lab at the Royal Tyrrell Museum, where a cracked...
And Lilithobus says, sad day for science? I mean, Mark Mitchell was on the case.
Team gets to work. Paleotechnician Mark Mitchell carefully chips away at the surrounding rock, identifying pieces and slowly reassembling them.
Yep.
After 6 years of painstaking work.
6 years! 6 years of work.
The Royal Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller, Alberta,
unveils
its rare and astonishing discovery.
Still my heart. Look at that.
It appears to be an 18-foot-long nodosaur.
And I hate the narration. Appears to be. Appears to be. The Mona Lisa appears to be a painting. The Golden Gate Bridge. Oh, it appears to be some steel structure. You know. No, it's the most gorgeous example of it in the entire world. It appears to be an 18-foot-long nodosaur. Get out of here. Appears to be.
A type of armored dinosaur. But no one has seen a nodosaur species like this.
It was a stout, heavily armored animal with massive shoulder spikes, a long tail.
Anyway, it's Smithsonian Channel. But, yeah. Let's see, where's that broadcast? The news one we were watching. Here we go. Yeah.
Super cool. And well, you were telling me during the commercial break that you do not have any kids, but you have nieces and nephews, and they don't know about this yet. But you're going to be the coolest uncle on the planet.
Well, I have two brothers that back in Saskatoon, and they haven't heard about this yet. But yeah.
Very, very interesting.
Tonight.
Okay, so Borealopelta Mark Michelli, over your shoulder there, that's not the actual fossil, that's a cast, right?
Yes, that is a cast which I painted to match the original.
Okay, and can you tell us about this dinosaur? What was this creature like?
This was about a plant-eating dinosaur. It would have been about 18 feet long, weighed about just over a ton, about the size of a rhino. Walked on four legs.
Casey says, I appreciate this fossil so much more now. It's incredible. It really is. Yeah.
So very squat and also very wide, and would be covered with armor plates. So its skin would be pretty much like that of a crocodile.
Oh, okay. Okay, and is the armor to protect it from, I guess, meat-eating dinosaurs? Is that why?
That's most likely, yes. Okay. It had like large shoulder spines and big armor plates on the neck.
And what's crazy is that this is so well preserved that it seems to have remnants of color cells in the skin intact, so we can tell what colors this animal was, which is pretty crazy. It's just bonkers.
Of keratin and its preserved dietary clues, Borealopelta might be the most significant nodosaur fossil ever found.
Yeah, just amazing. Here. Yeah.
Three-dimensional structure of the keratin sheaths that covered and lengthened the bony osteoderms when the dinosaur was alive. The ones on Borealopelta's shoulder spikes are a centimeter thick in some places and make up about 25% of the total length of each spike. So this gives us a clearer picture of what the nodosaur actually looked like. But wait, there's more. The film of keratin wasn't even the most spectacular aspect of this fossil. This dinosaur had preserved evidence of coloration, and it came in an unexpected pattern. Some of Borealopelta's scales bear the chemical hallmarks of a pigment called
Here we go.
pheomelanin. Judging by these traces, it appears that most of the dinosaur's back was a reddish brown while its underside was pale. This means that Borealopelta could have been countershaded, or darker on its upper side and lighter on its underside. Countershading can make animals much harder to see because of the way shadows help us perceive objects. When sunlight hits a three-dimensional body, it tends to look light on top and dark on bottom.
And yeah, rhinos are not really countershaded, which is, I guess, why this is a good example. They're just kind of like a brownish, yellowish gray all the way around, depending on the, but yeah, you know, generally in sunlight, animals are lit from above. So the top side will be lighter than the underside where the shadows are. So if you can flip the script there, and if your coloration is dark on top and light underneath, you can counteract this and kind of fade into the background better. So a good example of that would be... Oh, Mini Pie. I'm trying to... I know. I'm trying to teach a concept here. And Cosmo Quest, hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here, Cosmo Quest. How are things? Welcome, welcome. Sorry our alerts are a little broken right now. But, at Cosmo Quest, I hope you had an excellent stream. What kind of science did you get up to? I'd love to hear about it. Vinny Irwin. Thanks for dropping in, so to speak. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. For anybody who's new, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about natural history. Talking about the fossil record. Talking about extinction and evolution. And how we can figure this stuff out through the science of paleontology. Here we go. So, counter shading.
Camouflage, called counter shading. It works because in the daytime,
there we go.
Sunlight comes from above, meaning that the top surface of an object is illuminated, while the underside is shadowed.
Yep.
In seeing this, our brains are able to recognize things as three-dimensional objects. In counter-shaded animals, the top surface is darker and the lower surface is lighter. This evens out the effect of shadowing, so counter-shaded animals appear less three-dimensional, a would-be benefit for both predators and prey.
See that? So a lot of different animals are counter-shaded. This is a pattern that you see again and again and again.
So if these creatures are lit from above, they'll look almost uniform in color. Their dark backs will be illuminated and their light underbellies will look darker.
Especially far away, this helps both predators and prey kind of fade into the background. They're less conspicuous. It's easier to sneak up or sneak away. This is why counter-shading is so common among predatory animals and prey animals and animals that are both. And yeah, sharks, deer, cats, and dogs. Yeah, even World War II fighter planes and stuff like that. Yeah, like for instance, the Vought F4U Corsair. You know, and sometimes they were just painted blue all the way around. This is a Navy carrier-based fighter plane. But a lot of these, darker on top, lighter underneath. Same with submarines, same with other kinds of warships, same with bombers and scout planes and all kinds of stuff. Like, this is a tried and true way of working in some subtle, kind of low-effort camouflage, counter-shading. Works under all kinds of different conditions, too. So, yeah. +5 to sneak, says Trixie Horror. Sure, yeah. Yeah. And nature figured it out first. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Presumably that's where people got the idea from.
But here, I'm trying to type mini pie. I'm trying to type. Yeah. Military counter shading. So there it is on, that's either a Wildcat or a Hellcat fighter plane right there. I don't think it's a P-47 Jug, but it could be. P-47 Thunderbolt. But anyway, yeah, counter shading. It works in nature, and it works, well, it works all over the place. Counter shading. Anyway, you know who's not counter shaded? This critter here. She's just dark colored all the way around, which is why she's so difficult to see at night in the dark. Mini pie. If you were counter shaded, it'd be easier to see you in the dark, maybe. Maybe. Anyway, let's get her some treats, huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you know that sound. Well, well, well. There you go. Got 4 of them there. Will you eat all of them? Let's see. There you go, mini pie. Good stuff. Yeah. Crunch them up. They're good for your teeth. Those dental treats. Yeah, there you go. Excellent. Yeah. Oh, and that's interesting, Crimson Carnotaurus. Special ops aircraft. Huh. Very cool. Oh, there you go. There you go. How's that? How's that? Yeah. Yeah. You're just hanging out now? That's okay. Fine by me. I'm not gonna complain. And yeah, you're right there, Madam 33. This is either a Wildcat or a Hellcat. Let's click it and see. Counter shading. Function. Grumman F6F Hellcat. There we go. Yeah. This is the later version. The replacement for the Wildcat. What about Bearcats? I don't know, Claire. That's a later plane. What is that, like Korean War era? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. What do you think? Is that good? Yeah, more? Okay. What? What are you doing? You want some more treats? Is that what you want? You want some more treats? Okay, if you insist. No, you ate all 4 of them. I'm impressed. I'll give you 2 more. Oh, that's way more than 2. Sorry. There. Ah, there we are. Oh, a bonus 3rd one. What do you think? Good stuff?
Oh, you're gonna eat them or no? You're gonna be picky all of a sudden? Oh boy. Your counter-shaded cat just got home for dinner time / dark. Did they have a good day at work, Cast the Dreamer? I hope so. Yeah. Anywho, so yeah, this dinosaur... It's crazy that this is counter-shaded, honestly.
Because of that, predators might not even recognize counter-shaded animals as three-dimensional objects. Visually, they're harder to make out. This would have been really useful for Borrelia pelta because even though it was really big, like 1,300 kilograms, back in the Nodosaur's heyday, massive carnivores stalked North America. And one of them was Acrocanthosaurus, a predator that measured 11 meters long and could have weighed a little over 7 metric tons. With enemies like that on the prowl, Borrelia pelta may have benefited from a little camouflage.
Which is kind of crazy to think about, given that the animal looked, you know... looked like this. Like, it had these massive spikes and armor plates. Like, this is not an easy animal to take a bite out of, presumably. And even with all of this crazy armor, this, like, ridiculous level of protection on this critter, it still had camouflage, too. It maybe is some indication that these animals are under intense predation pressure. That they still have to hide a little bit, even though they've got this crazy level of armor. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Nuts. Please don't see me, but if you do, you'll regret it, says Charlie's Track. Maybe. Yeah. And Broken Symmetry says they must be extra tasty to have so many defenses. I wonder about this with these guys. What is it that prompted the earliest of the Thyreophorans to start developing this kind of armor? You know? Why? Is there a split that happens early on where, like, you can either be relatively fast-moving and relatively lightly armored, or slow-moving and heavily armored? Is there, like, is there a split that happens early on there, like a fork in the road, and herbivorous dinosaurs can evolve in either direction? If we're talking about ornithischians, I don't know. I don't know. Because some dinosaurs, you know, like the Speedos, the small-bodied, early diverging ornithischians, this is like a grab bag group, you know, these guys like this, they're very leggy, presumably very fast runners, not armored, far from it, but they were fast. This is one direction that you can go in, or you can go in the, like, slow-moving, heavily armored kind of direction, if you're an ornithischian dinosaur. Yeah, you kind of see that here in, this is Tom Holtz's work, I think. Yeah. Yeah. You can go in the ornithopod direction and be small and fast running, and then you get big, and then you're just big and muscular. Or, and presumably still pretty fast moving. Or you can go in the slower armored direction, like the Thyreophorans, or to a certain extent the Ceratopsians. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's an interesting idea there, and it'd be cool to pursue that in a more scientific way rather than just musing about it like I am right now. You know? Yeah. Yeah.
Cast the Dreamer says predators are very picky about what prey they go after because they have to get more calories than they spend. Yes. Yeah. It's a calculation they gotta make to a certain extent. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. So I'm not quite sure how we got here, but our new dinosaur, Xingxiulong yueorum, has been a lot of fun to talk about, and I hope you've enjoyed that so far today, chat. I'll give you a link to this press release right here. I'll double check and make sure that we don't already have anything on YouTube about it, because this comes from a part of China where they do a lot of really cool science outreach. The whole Lufeng Valley, call it Dinosaur Valley sometimes. Not seen anything yet. Just dog water AI garbage here, though. Ugh. I wish there were a way to, like, flag this as spam or something, but... yeah. Anyhow. What is this?
You need to hear this if you're a dinosaur lover. Discover Xingxiulong yueorum. In an incredible discovery, Chinese scientists have unearthed a brand new dinosaur species.
What's with these random graphics here? Like, this doesn't have anything to do with what they're talking about.
Named Xingxiulong yueorum. Found in Yunnan province, this early Jurassic sauropod is shaking up the dino world. Imagine stumbling upon a...
This is not footage of the specimen. This is like stock footage of some sculpted nonsense here. This is not...
skeleton with vertebrae still connected. How cool is that? This means there might be even more fossils hiding nearby.
Annoying. Yeah. I don't know. YouTube Shorts are... mostly terrible. Mostly a scourge. Jody Fish says that's from JP1. It's not. That was not.
You need to...
oh, this is annoying. Can I not scrub through and... Here, I guess not. Oh, I can. Okay. So this is not from Jurassic Park 1. This is like nonsense stock footage here. There. That was a cast of Deinonychus, or rather like a sculpt based on a cast of Deinonychus here. It's very different from this. This is much worse. It's just basura. Garbage. Dog water. Yeah. And this is stock footage I've been seeing around a lot too. Like... yeah. And this is like CGI augmented here. I think this is supposed to be... it almost looks like it's supposed to be a Utah Raptor skull, like the one that I have. But yeah, anyway. It's lousy because there is so much real footage available of... I don't know, if whoever was putting that short together and they wanted to have relevant footage... you can get that from this video that's available, you know? This is from the same geological formation. This is the same family of dinosaurs. It's also a basal sauropodomorph. This is Lufangosaurus, presumably. This is real, you know? But, I don't know, all this, like, AI-generated slop. Glop is a good word for it. It's just garbage. So anyway, here's the link to the press release here, which can take you to the original paper. There you go. Yeah. Anyway. Gorgeous skeleton, by the way. Like, it's kind of nuts that this was what it looked like in situ, in the ground. I mean, just look at that. No skull and no forelimbs, but pelvic girdle, tail, dorsal vertebrae, ribs, and a scapula right there. Partial scapula. It's extraordinarily rare to find something that looks this pretty in the ground. Like, it's kind of nuts that they... I wouldn't do this in the field. You don't just, like, expose the whole skeleton and just leave it there in the open air. You cover the thing as you go. You start jacketing it as you go, unless you've got semi-controlled conditions, and presumably they had that here. They've got so much funding in China for this kind of work that, like, they may have built a temporary shelter over the site. That's kind of my guess. Kind of like we saw in that video clip earlier. You know? Yeah. And Casta Dreamer says, is this one of those situations where the funding person visited? The funding people. The people's funding, Casta Dreamer, in the People's Republic. It's astonishing just how much funding they have for this kind of thing there, you know? Again, we were watching this at the beginning of today's stream. But look at this facility that they have here, you know?
好的，严一线，这里呢就是位于户外的2号科考工作点。今天呢由我来带大家继续关注这具
scientific investigation site, and I'm gonna take you to look more closely at the progress.
Look at the film crew that they have here. Like, the production value is nuts.
Previous days, we got to learn that the skull and the neck of this dinosaur had been missing.
You know, I gotta move to China.
Some parts until now. For this investigation team, this is really regretful. But luckily, today we heard some good news. That is about the tail, or from the body. And they're not that long.
So, goofy animation here, but serves its purpose, I guess.
Of those unearthed fossils, Mr. Wang.
Nerex says, yikes, better have good social credit then? Oh, believe me, I would have much better social credit than our dystopian system here, where, you know, you pay off student loan debts and then your credit score drops 400 points after paying off your student loans? Like, what? Don't get me started on the credit system here in the US. It's bonkers. And it's only existed since, like, the 1980s, too. People treat it like it's some natural, like it's a force of nature. Like, oh, yeah, it's just how it is. Like, no. It's this insane system that's been come up with that... Don't get me started. Yeah.
Based on your experience, do you think those fossils of the caudal vertebra are well preserved? You could see the different joints. They're very clear. So, based on the shape of the fossils, can we conclude about the characteristics of the Fungosaurus tail? This tail
Narek Thu says, is that better or worse than being... So, Narek Thu, a lot of paleontologists from other countries are starting to move to China and, like, finding real success there. Because there just aren't the opportunities here in the US or in other countries that they afford in China. It really is kind of the land of opportunity for a scientist. Increasingly so. Like, I'm not even talking about within the past couple months here in the US, where science is... I don't know. The current presidential administration is just absolutely intent on just plunging a combat knife into the gut of science and just ripping it out. Like, it's terrifying what's going on. Here. Let me show you... One of my old friends shows up in, here we go, Alida. There she is, shows up in this video. There's some kind of goofy CGI at the beginning. This is Paris for all of us. It's a nice Asdarkid pterosaur there.
Most people don't know that China has a lot of dinosaurs.
Oop, hang on, I was trying to get rid of the subtitles, not the volume, sorry.
A lot.
So here's Alida. So I did fieldwork with her back in 2011. She's from Tahiti originally. Came to the United States to study under Jack Horner. She was one of Jack's PhD students when I was there at Museum of the Rockies too. So my first summer in the field, 2011, working in the Hell Creek Formation of Montana, digging up the Yoshi's Triceratops specimen. Alida was on my field crew.
Of dinosaurs. There is a very big diversity of fossils here. China is really one of the best places in the world right now to do paleontology on dinosaurs and birds. China is the new land of dinosaurs, I would say.
And, oh man, is she more correct than ever here.
My name is Alida Bayeul. If people ask me what is my job, then I tell them. I work on the evolution of birds and dinosaurs. I'm an associate researcher and professor at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology. Paleontology is the study...
So the IVPP is in Beijing. It is one of the biggest research institutions on fossils in the world. They churn out a ton of research every year. I think our new dinosaur today, there might be ties to the IVPP there in that paper too. I'm not totally sure.
Study of life on Earth. The Earth is more than 4 billion years old, so paleontology is actually a really huge science where you study the evolution of, bacteria, plants, or animals that have lived on Earth this whole time. Before I came to China, I already knew that this institute was one of the best in the world for paleontology, and they're published in really good journals like Science, Nature. Most people don't know about Chinese dinosaurs and Chinese birds.
And Asazi, thank you for the 26 months of support. Hey, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Asazi. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. And, yeah, please, let's not get into acrimonious arguments in the chat. Just cool it. Listen to the mods. Mods, if you got to time somebody out, time some people out, don't hesitate. Try not to take it personally, everybody. Let's move on, okay? Thank you, Asazi, for your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Thank you for helping make these streams possible, Asazi. Appreciate you.
Because they're more familiar with the dinosaurs that were popularized by Jurassic Park. Like you have Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops. Those are very famous dinosaurs from America. When compared to China, really, we just recently found, the Jeho biota in Liaoning province in the 1980s. In the Jeho biota from the early Cretaceous, you have a lot of transitional specimens, between birds and dinosaurs. So you can see 10 million years of evolution between dinosaurs.
So we've got this lovely paleo art here. I think this is by John Sibbick. Unless it's somebody aping the style of John Sibbick, but this looks like John Sibbick's work for sure. Gorgeous, world-class stuff, and then
dinosaurs. So you can see 10 million years of evolution.
And then you get just like CGI garbage here.
Between dinosaurs that are on their way to becoming birds.
And that's not a dinosaur, that's a pterosaur. So, yeah, it's frustrating that you've got this uneven quality about this video. This is obviously not Alita's fault. Whoever was editing this didn't know what they were doing.
So this fossil right here is one of the most famous fossils in China. It's a fossil bird called Confuciusornis.
Confuciusornis,
and they have found many, many specimens, like thousands of specimens of this species. It's very well preserved with skin, feathers. This was a male because it has 2 long tail feathers, and the females presumably had much shorter tail feathers.
Yeah, so sexual dimorphism in these fossil birds. You find here, with Confuciusornis, fossils, here we are. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals of Confuciusornis that have been found. Some of them gorgeously preserved, just like this, with the feathers intact. Preserved like that. About half of them have got these long tail feathers, and about half of them don't. The presumption is that the ones with the long tail feathers like this are males, the ones without are females. These are found in the same place, sometimes side by side, like this. So it very well could be a sexual dimorphism thing, just like we see in modern birds, where, think about peafowl. The peacock has got this huge fan of showy feathers. The peahen doesn't have that. Not to that extent, at least. Very different between the sexes, and that might be what's going on with these guys too, as Alita was saying.
They have found many, many specimens, like thousands of specimens of this species. It's very well preserved with skin, feathers. This was a male because it has 2 long tail feathers, and the females presumably had much shorter tail feathers. Actually, these type of fossils from China have helped us understand the early evolution of flight and also reconstruct a lot of, flight apparatuses in dinosaurs and birds. In China, especially from the early Cretaceous of the Jeho biota in Liaoning province, we have a lot of soft tissues preserved, like eyes, skin, internal organs, or feathers, and cellular preservation also. You have amazing preservation of dinosaurs, birds, mammals, crocodiles, salamanders, pterosaurs. There is a very, very big diversity of fossils here. Elsewhere in the world, we don't have that type of beautiful preservation, especially.
You do get it in a few places like Solnhofen in Bavaria, Germany. You get it at Las Hoyas in Spain. Places like the Green River Formation of Wyoming in the United States, you can get this kind of beautiful preservation. But none of them are of this age, of the early Cretaceous. So this is a unique spot for that. It is truly unique. That's what Alita's saying.
Very big diversity of fossils here. Elsewhere in the world, we don't have that type of beautiful preservation, especially for the dinosaur-bird transition.
Yep.
We don't really understand why the preservation is so beautiful, really, for this time period, but we think...
And it's for this time period, and then the editor shows a trilobite from before the age of dinosaurs entirely. This is from the Paleozoic. This is a great video that is significantly hampered by its bad editing. Just poor editorial choices.
Think that after the death of the specimens, they were buried very rapidly into really shallow lakes. And then there were volcanoes surrounding the areas that were sporadically erupting, and the ashes also helped preserve these fossils. Probably the most important ones right now would be Inner Mongolia, Yunnan, and...
Yeah, so our new dinosaur today is from Yunnan province there, from Lufeng County.
And Gansu province. And of course, Liaoning for the Jeho biota. I never thought that I would get a PhD and be a professor here at the Chinese Academy of Sciences.
So again, Alita got her PhD in Montana. I was there at her thesis defense, as I recall, back around 2013. But yeah, and she's had tremendous success there in China.
It's the best job ever. It's the best opportunity. I'm working on two different things. So the evolution of the skulls of birds and dinosaurs. So how really you go from a dinosaur skull all the way to a bird skull. The second aspect that I do is I look at DNA, which is the genetic material of all living organisms in really old animals. The oldest DNA ever sequenced is about 1 million years old. But really life on Earth is 4 billion years old. So we have a big gap into our access to DNA sequences. Perhaps we can use other methods than DNA sequencing to fully understand the evolution of life. Because everything that has happened in the past really has an impact on the present. From a career perspective, I would say China really is a great place.
Alita would
if
say this.
Any researcher is interested in dinosaurs, they should really come work in China.
That's literally a commercial for like Chinese dinosaur science. I'll give you a link. But man, do they deserve it? Some of the best work being done on dinosaurs in the world right now is being done in China. And I really wish that we in the US could get our act together and start funding science rather than cutting some funding for science like's happening right now. We've got incredible fossils here in the United States. And a lot of really passionate people who are working on those fossils. And they need support. I know a lot of those very passionate fossil people are thinking of moving to other places around the world right now because of what's happening to the US government. I love the US. I do not want to move, but who knows what the future holds. If things continue in the way that they're going, I will have to move. So we'll see. Anyhow. Yeah. Honor Do It says it's sad, but I'm right here with you. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Anyhow. We're not going to dwell on that right now. Let's move on from this incredible specimen and new species. We'll move on to a neat little piece that was written by Dave Hone about uncovering dinosaur behavior. So this is in the online what do we call this? Online magazine, publication, online venue, The Conversation. Their tagline is Academic Rigor, Journalistic Flair. How paleontologists are uncovering dinosaur behavior.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Tricky Horror.
Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for your generosity. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Trixie Horror, enjoy not having to watch any ads for the next 30 days. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. You are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you. Thank you for that. So this is written as kind of an enticement to buy Dave Hohn's book, which I have and can recommend. I don't have a physical copy. I got it as an audiobook, so I can listen to it when I'm out walking, when I'm going to the gym, when I'm cleaning the house, when I'm doing laundry or the dishes or whatever. It's good stuff. I think it's called Uncovering Dinosaur Behavior. But let's take a look at this article here. And I think this is going to spark some good discussion. So if you've got any questions during this, do not hesitate. We'll use this as a springboard for some paleontological chat here. Yeah. So how do scientists study the behavior of dinosaurs who died 65 million years ago? It's 66 million years ago. But yeah. Something tells me Dave Hohn didn't write this whole thing, because he wouldn't have gotten that number wrong. But anyway. After all, dinosaur fossils are rare enough as it is, and most are fragments and difficult to work with. This is something that paleontologists have been working on since the earliest days of research on these incredible animals. Until recently, this is often done only in vague terms of, for example, which animals were herbivores or carnivores. So that's kind of like the simplest kind of behavior that we can talk about is like, what's your most basic diet? Are you a meat eater? Or are you a plant eater? Those are kind of the broadest strokes that we can describe dinosaur behavior in. But new opportunities are becoming available to us. We don't have to stay that vague. Paleontologists have recently pieced together the colors and patterns, like we were talking about earlier, like counter shading in Borealopelta, of some feathered dinosaurs and armored dinosaurs too, like Borealopelta, using electron microscopes to see tiny preserved structures that used to contain the pigments of the animals in life. This is something that scientists used to think was probably impossible. Right now, it can only tell us so much. It just tells us the color of individual animals at the time of their death. Studying more specimens of the same species could reveal if males and females were the same colors or if they differed, and if these feathers underwent seasonal changes or varied with the environment. Perhaps they turned white in winter as camouflage. Maybe feathers were different colors in different regions. This would suggest that the local environment helped these dinosaurs to hide, and that they cannot have been wide-ranging in their camouflage, or their camouflage would not work. Perhaps the males are brightly colored to attract mates, or perhaps both were, which would suggest that both sexes were involved in rearing their offspring. This is speculative stuff. But this is what scientists should be able to tackle in coming years. For some species, at least, such as the small feathered dinosaur Anchiornis, we have the fossils and we have the techniques. We just need to extract the data from the dinosaur fossils we have. This is the same with Confuciusornis, like we were talking about. We've got so many specimens of this animal. Presumably from males and females, it might be possible to find melanosomes in those feathers, be able to determine their coloration, see if the males and females have got different coloration. See if, I don't know, there could be seasonal differences in plumage or something like that. Maybe there's ways to investigate this stuff, ways to actually ask these questions and test these ideas in a rigorous way. When you've got that many specimens, like for Confuciusornis, it's literally hundreds or maybe thousands of specimens. Several hundred complete specimens have been found. That's probably an undercount. Yeah. When you've got that kind of a sample size, you could start asking those questions. You could start running those tests, which is super exciting. We already have a good idea of what colors and patterns mean for different groups of living animals, so we can apply some of this knowledge to dinosaurs. However, much of researchers' work on dinosaur behavior has been stunted by a poor use of the behavior of modern animals as a template for dinosaurs, and a tendency to focus on special specimens as being representative of bigger patterns. Interesting. For example, we have well-studied fossils of carnivorous dinosaurs with the bones of other animals inside them. Although it is incontrovertible that the carnivorous dinosaurs ate these other animals, it is hard or even impossible to know if the prey was scavenged or if it was hunted by the dinosaur. That's a good point. On top of that, I would add, well, shoot, if what you're looking at is a skeleton of a meat-eating animal, and within its rib cage, you have the bones of another animal inside. Who's to say that that's the typical diet for this animal? After all, it died during the digestion process. That might not be typical behavior for that animal, you know? Does that make sense? If you eat something and then you die immediately afterward, maybe that's unusual circumstances. Maybe that's not your daily diet, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Maybe the animal ate something bad and died. There you go, Casted Dreamer. Or maybe it's eating something completely outside of its normal diet because this is during a drought or a famine. I guess a drought. Famines are kind of like a human thing. Maybe it's really lean times and they're just eating whatever they can get. And then starving to death afterward. Or something like that, you know? So yeah. And maybe it ate an animal that was carrion past the sell-by date. There you go, Armored Prayer, that's possible. Yeah. And Casey Snowart says, I would imagine finding multiple specimens with similar stomach contents, or dissimilar, would help verify which way to lean on that. Exactly, Casey Snowart. Yeah, you're thinking like a paleontologist. Or like a paleontologist should think. Not everybody thinks about these things that hard. It's a problem. But yeah, if it becomes clear like, oh yeah, we've got a lot of examples of this happening, maybe it is pretty typical. Sometimes you need a large sample size in order to actually be able to draw conclusions about what's typical and what's not, you know? So yeah. 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 Casted Dreamer says, I have a cycad on my porch. If I ate the cycad and buried myself in sediment, then maybe future paleontologists would think maybe humans ate cycads. Cycads are toxic, so don't try that, Casted Dreamer. But that being said, some humans do eat cycads. But you gotta do a lot to them to leach out the toxins. I would show that video of the island off the coast of the mainland Japanese islands where they eat sago cycad, but I don't want to get too off topic here. Oh, and Casted Dreamer, yeah, that's a Museum of the Rockies specimen. Denver and Liz dug that up. It wasn't Super Duck, was it? It was either a Brachylophosaurus, Griposaurus, or Pro-Brachylophosaurus. But yeah, Hadrosaur fossil with Gar up its butt. I don't know if we'll be able to find this. Yeah, no. Show results with Gar. Anyway, yeah, presumably after the animal died, after the duck-billed dinosaur died, animal that would have looked like, it would have looked a lot like this. So after this duck-billed dinosaur died, its carcass was there in the water, in a lake or a river, and a gar fish, similar to like a modern-day alligator gar or a long-nosed gar, probably closer to a long-nosed gar, was, I guess, trying to scavenge off the carcass and went through a soft part, you know, an entry point up the cloaca and got stuck and died there in place. So you had a guard jammed up the rear of a duckbill dinosaur like this. Yeah. Possibly evidence of behavior in a gar. Yeah. Trying to squeeze into tight spaces. Yeah, there you go, cats. Yeah. Yeah. What a way to go, says Rushwing. Yeah. Let's get back to the article before I get too sidetracked here. I wish I remembered what specimen that was. Was it super duck? It's not from the rocky bone bed, because those are disarticulated. It would have been... Could have been super duck. Yeah. Cloaca. Sorry, not today, Satan. Sorry you had to see that today. But welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I like your username. It's clever. Yeah. It's too easy to think the dinosaur lived on the species the bones belong to. Bones tend to survive the fossilization process, but the animal might have mostly eaten muscle and organs, or even insects, and they wouldn't show up. Although such finds are important, we need to take them as evidence that something happened once, not that it was a habitual activity. Then we can go in search of other evidence to test or reject such an idea. True. In that context, we really are blessed. New fossils and new techniques, such as CT scans to get inside dinosaur skulls, to get inside dinosaur skulls to dinosaur brain to assess them. Did Dave Hone actually write this? Writing is really clumsy. Still being discovered. And there are perhaps more dinosaur researchers than ever before, yes. Even if that total is not high compared to other disciplines. Yeah. There's absolutely fewer than 1,000 dinosaur researchers in the entire world. Probably fewer than 500. Maybe fewer than 300 people who are actively publishing on dinosaurs in the world right now. Yeah, it's not a large group of people. For instance, the number of people who presented on dinosaurs at SVP this year is probably less than 100, and that might be between 1/3 and 1/2 of the total number of dinosaur researchers in the world. Oh, yeah. Casta Dreamer says it blows my mind how few paleontologists there actually are. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs. I want to make that really clear. The global membership for SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, I think is around 3,000 or so. I know, Here. This video is from 11 years ago. So the number has certainly gone up since then, but,
Hi, my name is Louis Jacobs, and I'm one of 2,300 vertebrate paleontologists from 54 countries that belong to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
So SVP, our big professional society for vertebrate paleontologists, that's paleontologists who study animals with bones. Yeah, the membership of SVP back around 2014, it's about 2,300. It's probably closer to 3,000 today, I would imagine. Maybe even higher than that. So, but that's vertebrate paleontologists in general. I'd say maybe 1/5, maybe 1/10 to 1/5 of those work on dinosaurs. It's much higher than it's ever been. There are more dinosaur researchers today than there have ever been, like Dave Hone said in this article. But still, it's not very many. So let's be generous and say it's 1/5 of 3,000. That would be 600 dinosaur paleontologists in the world. I don't think the number's that high. It's probably less than 500. But I gotta remember to ask that when we have some other dinosaur researchers interview them on this stream. Jim might have a good idea too. But yeah. Anyhow. And Trixie Horror wants to know, is there a working group thing for paleontologists? Like with a numerical code and everything? There are working groups in geology for things like the geological timescale. Yeah.
Outside of Toronto.
Here, I'll see if I can find this. Yeah.
Would answer a big question. Had humans created such a profound impact on our planet that it had created a new phase in geologic time? Are we now living in what some scientists call the Anthropocene?
We are living in the Anthropocene. I'm gonna, here, spoiler. But so far the time is, like, it's so recent. It's since, what, 1940? 1945? Something like that? That it's just, we can't put it on the geological timescale yet. There's not enough time. That's the general consensus. But there's a working group.
There's actually an official global body of scientists whose job it is to decide this question, the International Commission on Stratigraphy, or ICS.
So every time that I pull this up, the ICS chart, the International Chronostratigraphic Chart, this is from the ICS website, stratigraphy.org.
Phil Gibbard is a part of it.
And our remit is to actually control the stratigraphy of the entire planet, really. That means the entire geological column, starting with the formation of the Earth right up to the present day.
They are the guardians of the geologic calendar of the Earth's 4.6 billion year history. Geologic time has different types of divisions. These are eons that span hundreds of millions of years. Then there are eras, periods, epochs, and stages. We're living here in the roughly 12,000 year Holocene epoch. This is where the Anthropocene would start, not as an era, but an epoch.
Anywho, the point is, there's a working group for this, and that's the thing. There are thousands, tens of thousands of geologists all over the world. I don't think there are tens of thousands of paleontologists, maybe just thousands, and most of those paleontologists probably don't work on vertebrates. They work on invertebrates, they work on plants, they work on various other organisms. Vertebrate paleontologists, even though we get most of the attention, especially the dinosaur people, we're real prima donnas after all. That's our reputation. We get all the attention, but we don't have the numbers. There are not a lot of us. So we don't have working groups like this in vertebrate paleontology. There's no, like, official council of vertebrate paleontologists who make decisions about what we call this or that or stuff like that. Our discipline's far too small, you know? Does that make sense? And do paleobotanists and other paleontologists have their own societies? Starma, I think so. But I don't know if they're as large as SVP. That's the thing, is that you can get huge, huge, huge meetings. So... like the Geological Society of America meeting, GSA as we call it, is geologists, paleontologists, volcanologists like Volcanodoc, geophysicists and geographers and all kinds of people. This is, I think, a regional meeting of GSA. I don't even think this is the big one. And this is only for the US too, the Geological Society of America. It might be Canada and Mexico as well, I'm not sure. But GSA, Geological Society of America, this is, yeah, there's the poster session going on over here. And there will be multiple of these poster sessions. Everybody takes their poster down, and then a new batch of people put their posters up over the course of a weekend or 4 days or whatever. So again, this is just like a fraction of what's going on at these meetings. There might be multiple halls that look like this. There's all these auditoriums filled with people listening to oral presentations going on, like a talk, in each of these different auditoriums. GSA is huge, but there are paleontologists, vertebrate and invertebrate paleontologists. There are paleobotanists. There are paleontologists who study fungi and stuff like that who will attend and present at a meeting like this. GSA is like this huge, huge, huge organization. For smaller cadres of scientists, like smaller disciplines like vertebrate paleontology, we do have a group for that, a society, SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. I don't know if the plant people, paleobotanists, have a similar society. I don't think they do. I don't know if the invert people have that either. Because, well, that's... part of it is that plants are such a huge group, and invertebrate animals, that's most of the animal kingdom. Vertebrates are just this tiny little branch over here, so we're specific enough that we can have our own meeting. Invertebrates is everything from sponges to cephalopods, from crustaceans to snails, ammonites. There's so many different critters that, like, it wouldn't make sense to have an invertebrate paleontology meeting. Think of it here, let me draw an analogy. It's like having it's like having a club meeting for enthusiasts of the Chevrolet Corvette. You know? Where that's like a specific thing. Corvette Club. There's an actual thing. Corvette Club of Northern Delaware. That's vertebrate paleontology. It's very specific. Vertebrate animals are a specific branch on the animal family tree. It's like saying, well, there's a Corvette Club, but where's the Vehicles Club? You know? For people who are into not Chevy Corvettes, but Ford Mustangs, and rigid airships, and diesel-electric submarines, and electric scooters, and space shuttles. That's a huge category. Vehicles. Chevy Corvettes is very specific. That's vertebrates versus invertebrates. Invertebrates is everything else, you know? Is this analogy making any sense at all? I hope it is. Yeah. How about a mollusks club? I don't know if there is a professional society of mollusk researchers. I know there are. Yeah. I was gonna say there's things like Gaffney Fest, but that's for fossil turtles specifically, which is super, super, super specific. And turtles are a kind of vertebrate. But yeah. Chariots, duck boats. There you go, Jody Fish. Yeah. Yeah. Also missing jet skis and segways and pogo sticks and those big hamster ball things like on American Gladiator. Yeah. Anyhow. But yeah. The Trixie Horses, what if my special interest is fossilized pine pollen? I mean, that's a thing too. Like, there are paleontologists who just study fossil pollen. We call them palynologists. Here. Palynology. Yeah.
Paleontology is a study of plant pollen, spores, and certain microscopic plankton organisms, collectively termed paleonomorphs, in both living and fossil form. Yeah. There's a lot of paleontologists because what they do is really useful. Because you can take just a sample of rock, sedimentary rock, and chances are there will be pollen in there, as long as it's the right kind of lithology. If you get lucky, if the preservation is anywhere close to right, you'll get pollen grains in there. And then you can identify what kind of plants were out and about, were in that environment, based on a small sample of rock. You don't have to find a fossil leaf or a tree trunk or something. You can just look at a small sample of rock and be like, wow, here's a bunch of pollen grains. This is what the flora looks like. Based on a sample that might be this big. It's pretty cool. Really, really useful. And as a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm kind of in awe of people like this because, let's face it, they can have really incredible sample sizes with very small sample. The physical sample might be small, and yet they might have hundreds of pollen grains within that. And you can tell a tremendous amount about that ecosystem based on such a small sample. You might have hundreds of specimens in a sample this big. So small sample, huge sample size, as opposed to, what, me digging up a ceratopsid dinosaur? Like, I'm digging up a dinosaur the size of a small bus, maybe. Bigger than any of the animals walking around today, except for maybe an elephant. Digging up like a triceratops. It takes years to dig up one specimen, you know? So you can see how paleontology is really important. It can potentially tell you a lot more about an ancient ecosystem than, like, what I studied. Dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah, not very big sample sizes either for most dinosaurs. Yeah, Charlie's Dragon. Most dinosaurs that have been named are based on one specimen, and it's usually pretty incomplete. Usually nowhere close to a complete skeleton. If we were to go through that list of dinosaur genera again, the vast majority of these, and I'm actually working on like getting data on this for publication, but the majority of these dinosaur genera are based on one single specimen, and usually that specimen is incomplete. And there have been a lot of them named. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Cast the Dreamer says, it's very cool how people study fossilized pollen. One of my favorite parts of paleontology papers is where the paper's about a big vertebrate, but the section about the environment it lived in talks about the pollen. Yeah. Yeah. Pollen can be incredible for figuring out what the ancient environment was like. It can even help us date the rocks, so we can figure out how old those rocks are. If those floras are well studied, like if we have a good handle on which plants lived when, well, if you find evidence of a particular kind of plant, then you can know how old those rocks are, which is really, really cool. It's important stuff, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So anywho. Tangent, let's get back to where we were, shall we? Let's get back to this article. This right up here. This is... I was hoping this would become a springboard for discussion. So it means we are continually getting insights and new lines of evidence about things like how and what dinosaurs ate, and their underlying physiology, like their metabolism, what's going on internally in their bodies, the environments in which they lived, how they moved, and how they changed as they grew. Ontogeny. This is the raw material for studies of behavior, and adding this kind of data to our understanding of the behavior of modern animals has enormous potential for future studies of dinosaurs and other prehistoric animals.
Another angle to consider is how paleontologists formulate their ideas about dinosaur behavior in the first place. For example, although we have numerous examples of several individuals of a dinosaur species found together, this doesn't mean that the species habitually lived in groups, let alone that their near relatives did. Which is true. Even if you find a bunch of dinosaurs in the same place, they all died together, that doesn't necessarily mean that they all lived together in huge groups. I mean, an example of this might be, Think about pelicans, for instance. They can sometimes live together, you know, they sometimes tolerate one another, but they're not the most social of birds. You know, it's not like they have to hang out in huge groups together or anything like that. In fact, in a lot of places, if there's not a lot of food, they can be, I presume, pretty territorial. They might chase each other off. And yet, pelicans do gather in huge groups to raise their young. They've got these big nesting colonies, rookeries as they're called. So they come together to breed and to lay their eggs and to nest together, even if they're not necessarily living in huge groups at other times of the year. And so, if we extend that out to dinosaurs, you might find the fossil evidence of like a dinosaur nesting colony, or maybe an area where they're congregating to display to one another at the start of the breeding season or something like that. They might congregate in a huge group during certain times of the year, and then if there's a catastrophe, a volcanic eruption, a lahar, you know, something like that that just like kills the whole group or a whole bunch of them at the same time, and they get preserved together, you might go, oh, well, these animals clearly lived in an enormous herd. Yeah, maybe they only do that for part of the year, you know? We don't really know. Gotta think about these things. We do have a lot of evidence that many dinosaurs were probably pretty social. This doesn't necessarily mean that dinosaurs were very social animals across the board. Maybe some of them were fairly solitary for much of the year, and they only came together to breed, or maybe they would congregate during a drought around a watering hole. Maybe they're animals that are generally very solitary, but during a particularly bad drought, they all come to the same watering hole and they hate being there, and then they all die of thirst when it dries up. And then when the rains come, they get buried together. You know, you gotta think about these things. But yeah. Anywho. Cats are generally solitary animals, but if you inferred the social behavior of lions or cheetahs from tigers and puma, you'd think that these animals lived their lives alone. The fact is that lions and male cheetahs usually live in groups. So even members of the same family, different species within the same family, you can get wildly different kinds of behaviors and levels of sociability and stuff like that. But they are sometimes solitary and will switch between being solo or living together at various times in their lives. So taking from the position that one group of dinosaurs died near each other means that they and their relatives live together won't help us understand how they were really living. Okay. The future of the study of dinosaur behavior is looking bright. This is why I wanted to write a book on the subject and to explore the issues that we have before, to explore the issues we have had before. But frame the successes that are happening. Coupled with more rigorous attempts to investigate and test our hypotheses, we can establish a much firmer ground for understanding how these incredible creatures lived. There we go. Here is a link to this article by Dave Hone. I feel like it may have been mucked around with by an editor a little bit. Parts of it felt really awkward. There's the book. You can get this as an audiobook too through Audible, and I so far recommend it. There's a link to the book right there. Uncovering Dinosaur Behavior, What They Did and How We Know. It's good stuff. Yeah. I think some of you watching right now might really benefit from this book. You might really enjoy it. And it would be a lovely kind of like primary source companion. Well, not primary source, because it's not like a journal article, but you know what I mean. It'd be a lovely companion to the things that you learn on these streams, too. So check it out. If you like audiobooks, and if you like to learn about dinosaur behavior, how we can infer that from the fossil record, this is right up your alley. But yeah. Thanks for the link there, Claire. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Mars Manus says, how do paleontologists study dinosaur sounds? Like, those T-Rex sounds sound similar to whale sounds? Made the rounds a few years ago. What are they based on? Oh, that? Based on practically nothing, I think. Marsmena. I think that was just like a social media thing. Whale sounds. Yeah. We can sometimes make inferences about what dinosaurs may have sounded like by doing what we call phylogenetic bracketing. So we can use the good old EPB. If there's something that's unknown for dinosaurs, like what did they sound like? Sounds don't really fossilize very well. We can look at their closest living relatives for clues or ways to kind of frame our thinking about the question. So you can look to crocodiles. Crocodilians are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs. So dinosaurs and crocodiles both evolved from the same ancestor back at like the beginning of the Triassic period, something like that. Maybe a little bit further back. Probably further back, actually, into the Permian. But anyway, crocs are like cousins to the dinosaurs, and birds literally are living dinosaurs. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. And so we can look at things that are known about birds, like what they sound like, what their kind of vocal apparatus is, the soft tissue that allows them to produce sounds. We can look at that in birds and in crocs, and use that to kind of frame our thinking about what's unknown in dinosaurs. We can use that as clues to try and think about dinosaur vocalizations in a way that's not complete and total stabbing in the dark guesswork, you know? So just from this, using the EPB, we know that neither birds nor crocodiles really produce sounds with a larynx, like we mammals do. The vocal apparatus of mammals, whether it's a roaring lion or whether it's me talking to you right now through this microphone, those are sounds produced through the larynx. That's how we mammals do it. Birds don't do that, crocs don't do that. There's no reason to think that dinosaurs would have done that. So kind of lion-style roaring in a dinosaur? Probably not the most likely. But we can look at vocalizations in some of these modern animals to gain at least some inspiration about dinosaur vocalizations. And then I'll show you some actual fossil evidence for dinosaur sounds too in a minute. But first, let's talk about this, the soft tissue stuff. Let's see here. Let's check this out.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Earth Unplugged. I'm Maddie and today we're at Crocodiles of the World in Oxfordshire to do something a little bit different. I'm going to be flirting with an alligator. If you've been with the channel a while, you might remember that a couple of years ago I came here to help move two American alligators, Daisy and her enormous boyfriend, Albert, who apparently has got even bigger. But today we've got something a little bit different up our sleeves. Right, so So this is the American alligator enclosure. And Sean, do you want to introduce us to your babies?
Yeah, of course. So we have Albert just in front of us. So
He is
big,
enormous.
He's a big alligator.
So that's
Daisy.
Alligator mississippiensis, the American alligator. Not native to Oxfordshire.
At the back, and then we have 2 baby American alligators.
But that's not all. Let me also introduce Rob Ham and his tuba. It might seem a little bit weird to be playing musical instruments inside an enclosure, but trust me, it's going to be well worth it. So, Sean, we are going to play a very specific note, a pedal B flat to Albert.
We are.
And it's going to cause a bit of a reaction.
It is.
What's going on?
So basically, crocodilians are very vocal animals, and they use vocalization to communicate with each other in mating rituals, but also warning off other males. And the B flat is the same frequency as a male American alligator. So this should trigger Albert into bellowing because he thinks there's another male around, or he wants to, woo his lovely lady there and attract her over.
So I'm actually a little bit nervous about this. I think it's going to be quite intimidating.
It's just amazing. It's an amazing feeling to be so close to an animal producing this noise.
Rob, are you ready?
Yeah.
I reckon we should do it.
Cool. I think they're ready.
Right. 3, 2, 1.
Nuts. Yeah.
That is amazing. You can see like the water rippling on his back.
Mm-hmm. Before the vocalization that we hear, they produce something which is called infrasound, which we can't hear, but we can see it in the water around him. He vibrates his whole body to a frequency where the water around him will move. After that, then he lifts his head up and then he creates a vocalization which is audible to us.
So cool.
So this is Daisy applying to him.
So is that Daisy thinking Albert's having a bit of a flirt?
Mm.
Daisy, you lucky devil. Getting it on with the tuba. So that's him marking his territory, saying
It's
like,
him
don't come
saying,
close.
this is my area,
Yeah.
my female,
Yeah.
stay away.
Rob, how did you find it?
It was amazing. I suppose it was like we were talking.
Did you think so?
Because one after the other, I play and then I get the response back. It's really a strange experience to be that close to it. And
That's
something which is so dangerous.
All right, Rob, when you're ready.
That's so cool. So this is not a sound that's produced through the larynx, like me, or like a roaring lion, like we were talking about. This is different. There's a different vocal apparatus going on here.
That's pretty exhausting for Rob doing that for that amount of time. But how is it for an alligator?
It is very tiring for them to create that vibration. His body goes completely rigid and it takes so much energy to produce that infrasound. So, it's not something they do all day, every day through the breeding season. So we're lucky to hear it.
That power is incredible, and to feel it as well. Really awesome, something I didn't expect to get to experience. But I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you want to see more just like this, then check out the video where I was here last time helping to move these two into their old enclosure.
Very cool stuff. Thank you, Claire, for posting the link there. Before I could even do it. Excellent. If we're trying to imagine dinosaur vocalizations, that would make a lot of sense, you know? So, yeah. That's kind of speculative, though. You know, lots of different animals make different noises today. That's another archosaur, a crocodilian.
And we don't really have the soft tissue apparatus, vocal apparatus of dinosaurs preserved. But for a few dinosaurs, for a very lucky few, we do actually have osteological evidence for vocalizations. Show you that. Here, take a look at this right here. Whoop. Never mind. I thought that was... There's not a timestamp on that. Here, we'll do this one. I was just here on Tuesday. This is the University of California, Berkeley.
The University of California, Berkeley.
What'd I tell you?
Paleontologist David Weishempel of the Johns Hopkins University has come to study a remarkable fossil that may provide clues to possible dinosaur communication.
So, unfortunately, if you were to go to this building today, that is no longer there. This is in the geology building, which used to house the Museum of Paleontology, including this Parasaurolophus skeleton. But then, I think in the early 90s, they moved the Museum of Paleontology, it was around 95 or so. They moved it to the Valley Life Sciences building. Paleontology, I guess there was a change of custody. Paleo moved from geology in Berkeley to biology in Berkeley. Paleontology is essentially like something that straddles the line between biology and geology. And on different university campuses throughout the world, it'll either be in the biology or the geology department. Used to be in geology at Berkeley, now it's in biology. And now all of these wonderful fossil displays that used to be in the geology building, no longer there, unfortunately. Although you can still see the skull of the Parasaurolophus on display in outside the Museum of Paleontology at Berkeley in the Valley Life Sciences building, but just the skull. The rest of it, I don't know what they did with the rest of it, honestly. Yeah.
The animal was Parasaurolophus.
Yeah.
It had a strange, elongated crest.
And here we go, figment pudding.
For a long time, scientists pondered over its purpose.
Some scientists early on thought that because, say, in this Parasaurolophus, the crest projects behind the head, well, because they're hollow, they were used as air storage chambers, say, for underwater feeding. Other scientists have thought it was used as a snorkel, but there's no hole at the end. Another idea was that the crest was used to cool the brain. It's hollow and very close to the brain inside the skull. But there are other animals that lived at the same time that didn't have.
Dame Karen says xenomorph. Yeah, I mean, it is a strange form. That's what that term literally means. Xenomorph, strange form. And it is an awful strange looking form, isn't it?
Brain inside the skull. But there are other animals that lived at the same time that didn't have these sorts of things, and yet they survived. So it's hardly likely that the crests were used specifically to cool the brain.
The puzzle intrigued Weishempel. He decided to investigate by slicing open one of the fossil heads to expose the inside of the crested chamber.
So what I found was, say this is a skull, and you're looking at a cutaway of the crest, and that it's hollow from the base of the crest down here up through the tip of the crest. The crest.
Mayor Space says the skull, the crest is probably a particle accelerator. Yeah, definitely. It generated Higgs bosons that they used for. No, that reminds me of. There is a bonkers idea. I might even have that in a book here. Do I have that book? I think I do. There's a bonkers creationist idea about this. Some of you already know about this. Where is that darn book? Here it is. by Duane Gish of the famed Gish Gallop. Famous young Earth creationist. Where's my Parasaurolophus? That's in this book, right? So in this book, he posits that the crest of Parasaurolophus was used for what? For breathing fire at meat-eating dinosaurs. Why, obviously, says Casey. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's true. I saw them do it, says Salamander. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Just bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. But yeah. Yeah, I don't understand what this has to do with creationism. This idea was come up with by creationists. Yeah. Yeah. I can read it to you. Here. God has given many animals living today very specialized and effective defense capabilities that have nothing to do with teeth or claws, blah, blah, blah. In the book of Job, there's a terrible animal described called a leviathan. That breathed fire. It doesn't really say that in the book of Job, but whatever. They're creationists, so they're going to take as many liberties with religious texts as they are going to do with science. Legends about fire-breathing dragons may have had more to do with Leviathan than you might think. Remember the duck-billed dinosaurs? On pages 38 to 41 that had bony crests? Parasaurolophus had a great bony crest with hollow chambers. Perhaps a Parasaurolophus could combine chemicals in his hollow crest and spray a combustible mixture which would spontaneously ignite when contacting oxygen in the air. Just think of how offensive a 5-ton dinosaur could be. Yeah. They try and use the bombardier beetle as a way of like making this seem more plausible, but bombardier beetles don't shoot fire out of their rear end. They just spray a noxious chemical out. It never made any sense. Anyway. Bonkers. What did these animals actually use that crest for? Well, it's funny, if creationists were serious about testing ideas, then maybe they would rig up a model of a Parasaurolophus skull with those hollow chambers inside, and then try and turn it into a flamethrower somehow. It'd be really funny to see them try and do this, because it probably wouldn't go well. I wouldn't recommend doing that. But anyway, a way to actually test this idea is, do what Dave Weishample does.
Crest. Yeah. And that it's hollow from the base of the crest down here up through the tip of the crest. The crest is hollow. There's a passageway along all the way to the end of the crest. Sharp U-bend here. And then it continues along above itself all the way out to the nostrils. So if we position a vocal organ, some sort of sound generator in the throat here that produces some sound, that sound is forced through the back of the throat, past the back of the palate, up into the crest.
Good to have you here now.
Along the entire length of the crest, then scoots around here.
I mean, I can understand how a kid would look at that and go, whoa, cool, a real fire-breathing dinosaur? That's rad. But, but then we grow up, Dinosaurs don't have to breathe fire in order to be cool. They're so much cooler
because of their reality, because they were real animals that actually lived, and we can sometimes be able to infer bits of their behavior based on the fossil record without having to just make up crazy nonsense about them breathing fire and stuff.
At the U-bend comes along here, and the sound is
I think of Michael Howarth,
emitted into the environment at the level of the nostrils, and then it's out. An animal as bizarre as Parasaurolophus really called for kind of a creative approach. So what I did was go down to the local hardware store, get some PVC tubing, got some small bits to fit on the end to make that real sharp U-bend at the end of the crest, fashioned myself kind of a creative little mouthpiece where the vocal organ is, and when I was done, what I got was, believe it or not, this model.
Yeah. So you saw that it's not Hadrophone. There you go, Cobra. Yeah. Premium Dirter. Oh boy. You saw that alert earlier when we got the that raid from who was that from earlier? Their alerts were kind of borked. Hack the Box. It showed 2 different alerts for that raid, but the second one was this.
Actually, this is just about the size and shape of the crest of these rather bizarre animals. And what you'll be hearing next is the sounds that these dinosaurs made some 75 million years ago.
A dirter.
And now, a hadrosaur minuet in G.
Parasaurolophus vocalizing conduit. There you go, HD, yeah.
There were other members of the crested hadrosaur family. Perhaps they too were capable of producing sound.
Come on, me.
The ear canal of a crocodile bears a striking resemblance to that of a crested hadrosaur. Crocodiles hear very low-frequency sounds. Comparing the two led Weishampel to ask, might dinosaurs have used such sounds to communicate?
Low-frequency sound carries a tremendous distance compared to high-frequency sound, simply over any kind of terrain, because they are they have such long wavelengths that things don't get in the way of low-frequency sound. So if the object of the game is to communicate over kilometers, miles, low-frequency sound will do it, whereas high-frequency sound will not. The other advantage is that low-frequency sound sources are very hard to locate, so that a hadrosaur out there honking away is going to be tough to locate. And just think of going to a choir concert, and you close your eyes. It's really easy to pick out where the soprano is, whereas it's very difficult to pick out where the baritones and basses are. The same thing applies to hadrosaurs honking in the late Cretaceous. That if the object of your communication is, look out, there's a tyrannosaur here, and you don't want the tyrannosaur to focus in on you, you make noises at really low frequency.
So Parasaurolophus probably used low-frequency sound to confuse predators as well as to communicate.
Interesting idea.
Communication denotes social behavior, such as that displayed by African elephants. Like elephants, could the dinosaurs use low-frequency sound to warn of impending danger, protect their young, and coordinate the movements of the herd? Weishampel believes at least one dinosaur could. The highlight of a children's birthday party is the guest appearance of Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Anywho, yeah. So this is an idea that's been around since the 1980s, like you saw there. There's since been other work put into it.
Here, let me see if I can find you.
ITSRIZETV just gifted 20 subs.
It's Rise TV, holy cow! Thank you for the 20 gift subs there. Extraordinary.
It's the last time I'll play with dinosaurs.
Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. It's Rise TV. Thank you very, very much for your generosity. There's 20 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thank you. It's Rise. I really appreciate supporting science outreach here on Twitch, putting food on my table. Thank you, thank you. And with that, we are now on track to get our sub goal this week. We're more than halfway. I'll probably stream on Friday too, so we're just under halfway through our week streams. More than halfway to our goal. Thank you, It's Rise, for your generosity there. Put us over the top. For where we should be. Excellent. It's really good. Yeah. Thank you, Michael Howard. I appreciate you. Yeah. It's Rise says you're welcome. Thank you. I'm sure we've got some very grateful chatters too. Here, let's see. I don't know if we've got video of this. But let me try and explain this. We've got not just adult Parasaurolophus, like this one that we saw from the Berkeley clip, but we've got juveniles and subadults, and we've also got multiple species of Parasaurolophus. Some of them, well, when they're young, the crest isn't nearly as long. So when we're talking about the ontogeny of these animals, it's clear that the babies have got just this tiny little beginning of a crest like this, and just the very beginnings of, like, that resonating chamber that the adults would have later on, if you can call it a resonating chamber. Maybe there's a more technical definition for that, I don't know. But anyway, the shape of the crest changes a tremendous amount as these animals grow and mature. And that would also change the sound. So the adults and the babies would have sounded very, very different to one another. And this would help them keep track of one another if they lived together in a herd, which they very well might have done. This is a Parasaurolophus specimen. This is the Baby Joe juvenile Parasaurolophus specimen. I actually got to see this in person at the Alf Museum when I was there on my way to TwitchCon back in September. I got to see Baby Joe. And there are files available for this. I could 3D print this critter, put him up here on the wall, and I might do that one of these days. He's not super large, so it's definitely doable. But, yeah. There we go right there. By CT scanning this, you can make a model of the interior, and you can actually model what it would sound like when the baby were to vocalize. And what I recall from this... Here we go. Yeah! Is that in CT scanning the skull, they've also been able to figure out the morphology of the inner ear. And they could figure out the frequencies that the babies could hear. And it turns out that they are very, very capable of picking up the frequencies of adults, and vice versa. Which is really neat. So they actually can look at the stapes.
So the like mechanism in the inner ear, that's what we're hearing. Super, super cool. Let me see if I can find that part of the paper where they actually talk about ontogeny in Parasaurolophus. Heterochrony, this is like evolution of ontogeny over, of course, the lineage. Anywho, really cool paper. I'll give you a link if you'd like to read the whole thing. It is open access. This is in the journal Peer J. It's honestly one of my favorite journals. No paywall there. It's good stuff. Here's, I think, Andy Farkey talking about this, right?
This is the skeleton of Joe, the baby Parasaurolophus.
There he is.
And as you can see, even though we have most of the skeleton here, it's a pretty small animal. Let me point out a few of the big features. First, we have the skull right here, the right half of the skull. The left side of
And Starman says, how can they be sure this is a Parasaurolophus baby and not some other hadrosaur juvenile? I think Parasaurolophus might be the only lambeosaurine from this geological formation. So from this time and place, I think it might be the only like big crested hadrosaur. So the assumption is that it's a baby Parasaurolophus, just because we don't have any other possibilities of crested hadrosaurs from that formation, I think.
the skull was actually split off from the rest of the skeleton.
So this is from Utah.
Block. Here's the neck,
if I recall
curling around
correctly.
here, and the rib cage with the shoulder blade. The arm bone, the only arm bone that we have preserved, is underneath this area here. It was only found as an impression, so you can't see it from this side. Here is the pelvic area, and that's attached to the hind limb, where we have the femur, or the thigh bone, the shin.
And what species of Parasaurolophus was it? Let's take a look at the paper. I think it might be Cryocristatus. Let's see here. Juvenile Parasaurolophus from the Campanian Kyparowitz formation. I don't think it's Walkeri. Parasaurolophus walkeri is from Canada. The one from the Kyparowitz, let's just look up Kyparowitz formation. There we go. And what's the paleofauna? Ornithopods. Cryptosaurus. Parasaurolophus Pseudocristatus. There you go. Yeah. Bingo. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if I can find... I think there's a clip where he talks about maybe the inner ear.
This is the skull of Joe the Parasaurolophus, and as you can see from the size of my hand,
That's the original there.
It's a pretty small animal. We have a couple of major features to point out. The first of these is the eye, right here. This is where the eye would have sat. The ear would have been right about here. Jaw muscles filled these holes in the skull. The tooth row was along this area. And then, of course, the nose was right here. The beak that the animal would have used to cut off its food is not here where the bone was, but it actually extended down to this region right here. And we know this from a whole series of little ridges in the rock that represent the impressions of the keratinous beak that the animal had when it was alive. And then finally, and really remarkably, is up top here. This is the beginnings of the crest. This animal was really young when it died, and it hadn't fully grown the giant tube-like crest that it would have had as an adult. And so this is all that our little Parasaurolophus had at this point. This crest was filled with nasal passages, so it was actually hollow and not solid when the animal was alive. If we flip the skull over, There's a few other things we can point out. This is the inside surfaces of the teeth that would have been used for grinding up food. This little bone right here is the stapes. That's an ear bone that's very, very rarely preserved in the fossil. We can see some of the nasal passages right here. They've been broken off. And then here is where part of the brain cavity would have been. This skull was actually split in half by erosion, so we only have the left half of the skull here. The other partial right half of the skull was found, but it was not nearly as complete as the left side. So that's what the skull of Joe the Parasaurolophus looks like.
Pretty darn cool. Let me see if they've got a video about... ear morphology, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find you a decent video about that. Yeah, shoot. But I went to school with the guy who found this, Kevin Terrace. Here's a video about that. He got a lot of attention for this. Good for him.
I'm Kevin Terrace. I'm currently a paleontology major at Montana State University, and I'm the guy who discovered Joe.
Joe is a skeleton of a baby Parasaurolophus. Everyone, who knows...
Be done around 6:45. Oh, you bet, Lordy, yeah. Yeah, here, I'll finish up pretty soon.
Dinosaurs knows Parasaurolophus. It's this iconic dinosaur that has this big tube sticking off the back of its head. And with this skeleton now, we understand how that animal grew this big crest. It started growing it very early compared to all of its relatives. And these sorts of evolutionary transformations were what allowed this animal to get its really bizarre headgear.
Where'd they find this? It's garbage. Do better, World Science Festival. This is basura. Dog water. Ugh. Ugh. Need a palate cleanser. Let's get some Parasaurolophus emotes going in the chat.
Our museum is on a high school campus, and one of the things we do with these students is we take them out into the field to find fossils. I was with a group of 3 students, and one of them spotted a little piece of bone sticking out of the side of a boulder.
And yeah, Crimson Gardeners, those tacks have been studied too.
And I saw this hoodoo, which is a mushroom-shaped rock sticking out of the ground. So I decided to pop under it and just look up under it and found a bit of bone sticking out.
I looked at it from a distance, a couple feet away, and it looked like just a fragment of, maybe dinosaur ribbons, something that's not very scientifically interesting. Then I walked around to the other side of the boulder, and there's a cobble sitting there. I picked up that rock, and I turned it over.
It was the skull, isn't it? Was it the skull? I promise I haven't seen this before. Was it the skull there?
Side of the boulder, and there's a cobble sitting there. I picked up that rock and I turned it over, and there's this dinosaur skull staring back.
Bingo.
So if you have the skull on one side of the rock and you have the toes on the other side, you have the whole dinosaur in between. So that was pretty exciting when we realized what we actually had found.
Finding an articulated skeleton is the dream of every paleontologist. But then, as more information came in on the species and the age of the specimen, it just got better and better.
So this is the skull of the baby dinosaur, and we have a couple main things to point out. First of them is the eye.
It looks like he's got the cast right there. So
right
older
here.
Cast replica.
The ear would have been back in this area, and the
he wouldn't be
nose
holding
was
the original
actually
like that.
right here on the skull. But the most probably notable thing about this animal is this bump right on top of the skull right here. This is the crest. The crest was formed out of the nasal passages and the surrounding bones. In adult Parasaurolophus, it grew to this long tube that would have extended way, way, way back over the
Jacqueline, I promise I've never seen this video before.
head. But in our little guy here, it's just this
very
little
funny
bump. And that's interesting because it shows that Parasaurolophus changed the shape of its skull quite a bit as it grew up. And
and what do we call this, chat? changes in what? What do we call that?
Ontogeny.
Before I could even play the Jeopardy music.
Ontogeny.
Very good, Casey's No Art. Yes, changes in ontogeny.
Parasaurolophus changed the shape of its skull quite a bit as it grew up. And it gets even more interesting when we compare the skull of this baby dinosaur with the skulls of other related plant-eating dinosaurs, other duck-billed dinosaurs. They have much simpler crest shapes. For instance, it might be just something that's shaped about like this. And they didn't start growing their crests until they were about half of adult size. Our skull is about a fourth of adult size. That means this animal was starting to grow its crest much, much earlier in life than any of its relatives.
Pretty cool. Yeah. So it looks different from like a baby Hypacrosaurus looks, where a baby Hypacrosaurus at this stage of growth, no crest. Just more or less flat on top of its head. I'll give you a link to this video. That's really nice. Apart from that one piece of awful art that the editors put in there. Good video apart from that. And nice to have friend of the stream, Andy Varkey, there too. Whom we saw... He was actually very gracious when I was running around his museum.
Because, you know, it's not just me, it's not just you, it's not just the folks on the
There we go. Yep.
Being able to write.
There's Andy Parkey right there.
Being able to communicate in diverse and new formats.
Right.
You know, the idea of being on a Twitch stream, you know, when I was a grad student, like, we didn't even know what it, you know, there was no Twitch.
Yeah.
There wasn't.
So yeah. See if I can bring him on as an interviewee sometime soon too, over Zoom. But anyway, with that said, time to wrap up today's stream. I gotta go pick up Ios from the train station pretty soon here. Lordy's not feeling well. I gotta go check on her too. So without further ado, let's run our credits, shall we? And let's find somebody to raid into. Get those Golden Kappa emotes ready. Who else is live right now? Big thank you to everybody about to be named in our credits here. Appreciate you all tremendously. Oh, it's Wednesday. Rhaekodactylus is live. Let's go see what's up with him. Don't go away just yet, everybody. We're going to go continue. Our science for the evening with Rhaekodactylus, who is a cognitive scientist. He studies and publishes on why people believe weird things. Conspiracy theories, just pseudoscience beliefs, flat earth, whatever. He's a scientist who studies why people have kind of bonkers viewpoints sometimes. And that's what he's talking about right now. Anyway, thank you to everybody showing up on our credits currently. Cheerers, gifters, subscribers, moderators, thank you for all of your hard work today and every day. Appreciate you, mods, more than you know. Thank you to the new followers, the raiders, question askers, the chatters, the lurkers, the enthusers, everybody. Let's get ready to use those Golden Kappas. Well, you know how to do it. And we'll go right into Rhaekodactylus. I'll see you tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day, everybody. You take care of yourselves, and let's go say hi to Reiko.